Internet, we are here, we are live. We are so happy that you are here. We want you to know, we want to know where you're joining us from. So in the chat, let us know where you're watching from, if you're alone, if you're with a group. We hope there's some photo clubs out there that are watching along with us. As we said in our little trailer, this is an interactive show. We're going to be going today for who knows how long. This is improvisational. So we've got some little games that we're going to be doing. But before we get to that, let's introduce everybody. I'm Mark Wallace, and this is
Jared Platt.
I'm James Patrick.
Chris Berry.
And that's Anero. I don't know if her microphone is
and Anero's the only one that actually has hair.
That's right. We realized today that we're all bald, except for...
We only recognized that a few seconds ago.
Yeah, we're like, wait. Now, one member of our team is not here today, and we are very sad about that because it is my fault. Me specifically. A little bit of this guy. But we're going to be joining live from London, England, Kirsten Lutz, and he had an entire amazing demo of how to shoot in a tiny studio and do some Hollywood looks and all kinds of stuff that he prepared for, but we could not get our network configured to do the live remote, and so even though we did a bunch of tests and it worked today, it just didn't. And so we're sad about that. But he is going to be doing some behind the scenes video, and we will post that stuff on the CreativeLive YouTube channel later after that's all edited. So Kirsten, if you're watching, we are sorry that we messed up. So
he messed up.
I messed up. All right, let's talk about what we're doing today. There is, we have planned out some games. Now the point of these games is we are going to do them here. You can watch along at home. Hopefully you're with a group. You have somebody that you can sort of shoot and they can shoot you and you can do some of these things together. If not, if you're doing a rewatch, please do these things with your photo club, with your high school photography class, your college class, wherever you get together with people who take photos. We want you to try this stuff so that we can grow together, collaborate. We want to make mistakes and then we want to help each other out. That's how we learn. So prepare for lots of us making mistakes, like we didn't configure the network right. We're going to make mistakes, not on purpose, but we know it's going to happen, and then we're going to figure out how to correct those mistakes. The first game we're going to play is called Yes and. And so Yes and works like this. It's based on the improv game where you say yes to whatever thing that somebody has started in the improv, and you say and you build on it. So what we're going to do is we're going to have James start by building a lighting setup. And then as soon as he's got a look that he thinks is good, then I think Chris is going to go after that. And Chris is going to say, yeah, it looks pretty good. And he can only change one thing. So you can add a light, you can subtract a light, you can move the position of light, you can change your color, I don't know, but only one thing.
Okay.
And so then you change that thing, and when you're done, then Jared's going to be like, yeah, and he'll change one thing. And it'll be a round robin of trying to create something that nobody knows. Nobody knows what it's going to be.
Point of clarification on these rules.
Yes.
Because this is actually the first time we're discussing these rules. He's just making them up as we go. But point of clarification on the rules. Camera settings are not a change, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I can
Only
change my
lights.
camera settings. I just can only change one light.
Lighting. It could
Remove,
be a light, reflector.
Add, change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shift a modifier.
Yeah. Does turning the model a different direction count as a
not
change?
a change.
Okay, all right. It was just setting the rules.
Yes.
Got to make sure.
Got to make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we
And
did talk about this.
You can make your own house rules at home, by the way.
Yeah.
It's fine. Like, make your own house rules, it's cool. Or stick with ours, that's fine too. Or
That's
stick
fine.
with his.
Or
That's
whatever
what
it
we're
was.
doing.
There's no leader here, except I'm just talking the loudest. That's how that's working. So what we're also wanting you to do is, as you're playing along at home, shooting stuff, if you don't have a model, you can take pictures of, still life, flowers, plants, you could do scenics, whatever, it doesn't matter. We want you to post your photos.
Those creepy dolls.
Creepy dolls. You got
Creepy
some creepy dolls. Yeah.
If you
has
take
dolls?
pictures of creepy dolls, make sure you post them in the chat or in Instagram.
Instagram, on Facebook, wherever, and then use this tag right down here, shoot along live. So make sure you use that hashtag so we can find them. And then as we go throughout the day, we're going to be hunting for those. We'll be able to bring them up on screen, and then we'll give you some critiques and feedback, and we'll make this very interactive. So I've said enough. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
All right, go for it.
All right.
Let's go.
All right. So yes and. So Anero, Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Everyone say welcome to an arrow. All right, so I'm going to start with, I think I'm going to start with a portrait. Yeah, let me have you stand, right about here. And I'm just going to do a one light butterfly light setup. So a one light butterfly light set just means the light is facing the model as opposed to coming in at a 45-degree angle or moving it over to a Rembrandt or moving it to a split light. A butterfly is going to be directly over our subject. And the hope is that I get a very symmetrical shadow right below her nose and below her jawline. So I'm going to use a beauty dish for this shot. And reason I'm using a beauty dish as opposed to a softbox is I really like the specularity a beauty dish gives me for a portrait. And I want to have more of a rough fall off of light as opposed to the light falling off too gradual. All right, so we're going to come in pretty tight here. All right. And I'm just going to turn down my light power to about 1/16 power. I just want to get a baseline test just to see what we're looking at here. All right, that is not too bad. But I want to work this just a little bit more. So I just want to bring this light in a little closer. Now, bringing the light in closer is actually going to make the light a little softer. And that is a little bit of a misunderstanding. You might think, oh, you bring the light in closer, it's going to be harder light. But you might be confusing quantity of light and quality of light. If I move the light in closer, yeah, I'm increasing the quantity. The light's going to be brighter, but it's actually going to be softer. And the reason it's going to be softer is the softness of the light is how big your light source is in relation to your subject. So by moving it closer, the light source is now bigger. All right, and we're going to come right in here. I'm liking that. I'm just going to lower this just a little bit. There we go. Perfect. Chin up just a little bit for me. Good, right there. Loving that. Can we have the right hand, just the fingertips tracing the jawline? Yep, right there. Good. Beautiful. And to me, this is a very simple editorial leaning into a nice beauty portrait. I like the fall off of the light. Let me center this just a little bit more. There we go. Love that. And I'm just going to change this position just a little bit. I just want this light to be a little more directional on her face. There we go. All right, let's see how this pops for me. There it is. Oh, I would take these photos all day. I love this. Perfect. Okay, that's my first shot for yes and. Just a one light butterfly setup using a beauty dish. There's a diffusion sock on the beauty dish. So I think we need to bring Chris up. I want to see what Chris wants to do with this next. Mr. Chris Berry.
Wow, okay, this is an awesome first setup. So one of those things that I think was really interesting about starting is we have a couple different systems going on right here,
Yeah.
right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use your Explorer 600
Yep.
as just like an optical slave, and then I'm gonna use the Profoto system as my control flash.
Yep.
So I think we're just gonna accent Annetta Lisa's wonderful hair. We're gonna bring it out a little bit.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the people at home. So, sorry you guys. What we're going to do is we're going to start with the same setup. We have an Explorer 600 at just a classic first start to a clamshell. But what I think I'm going to do is add a little bit of an accent light as a hair light for our Annalisa. And we're going to trigger this strobe with another strobe that's for my system. And we're going to make it work. This is one of those things that just happen when you're working with a team. Some people use different systems, and we have different systems going on. So we're gonna make it work. We're gonna keep it really simple, and we're gonna keep pushing. So here we go. And what I think I'm gonna do is show you guys my tethering system to Capture One. So we're just gonna plug in the HDMI real quick, and then show you guys what the screen is gonna look like. I try and shoot as close to done as possible. So that's what we're kind of gonna go with. All right, thank you for your help.
Yep.
Okay. Sweet. All right, so I'm gonna get my first, well actually the second light, but my first addition to the yes and.
Yep. Hey guys, while he is doing that, don't forget that we are back here looking at images, so make sure that if you take some stuff, post it on social media, use Shoot Along Live as the hashtag. Also, we've got some people talking in the chat. We want more people talking, and then when you do, we can just stick that up there like that, and that will show up there. Just a little bit lower, and then raise it more than lowered. So yeah, that's a question, Bruce. I think this is something that
Let's see.
that James did. Is this, James, did you do this where you lowered it and then you actually raised it instead of lower it?
I lowered it and then I moved it back a little bit because I wanted to change the direction. And once I moved it back a little bit, then I did raise it up another inch.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's what that is.
All right. He was talking about the raising of the beauty dish relative
I was
to
changing,
Annalisa?
yeah.
Okay,
When I brought
okay.
it in, it was coming down at such a downward angle.
Ah, right. Okay.
So I originally lowered it, and then I was like, I didn't like that angle, so I moved it back a little bit, and I raised it up just to get more of a 45-degree angle from where it was positioned towards her nose.
Nice, nice. So what I think I'm gonna do is just start with the model. We worked together a couple of times before, so establishing rapport with the model is gonna be kind of easy for me. So the way she has her hair styled is the majority of her facial features are gonna be on her left side. So I'm gonna ask you to just relax and just turn over to your right. Yeah, there you go. And make sure you keep your shoulder nice and open. And the left hand just kind of bring on your waist. There you go. Perfect, perfect. We'll start there. And what's happening right now with the beauty dish is it's gonna stay at the same power, and I'm gonna adjust my camera settings and my flash power for my accent light. So here's a quick test. Let's see what we got here. I'm at F8 right now because I wanna match the power a little bit on that main light. And let's see what we got. Okay, that's looking good. That's looking good. I'm going to bring my yes and light in a little bit. Do a test fire. There we go. And let's dial this guy up a little bit.
So Chris, when you're setting that hair light, how are you setting it to the same power as the key light? Are you setting it above the key light?
No, so right now to be honest, I don't know what you have the power on the Godox set at, but I'm just dialing in by eye right now. Yeah. All right, beautiful. 1, 2, and 3. I'm not getting enough of my accent. Let's see. Look straight here. Look straight here. Okay. I might change one more thing. 1, 2, and okay. I'm gonna need more from that. So I'm gonna rotate this guy around. There we go. There That should give us a little bit more heat. All right. Awesome. 1, 2, and perfect. Now we're getting a little bit more warmth in the hair. We're gonna dial it up just a little bit more. All right, beautiful. 1, 2, and 3. Chin up just a touch and perfect. And bring this right shoulder around just a little bit. Beautiful. Chin up a touch. 1, 2. Nice. And then look off this way. Beautiful. Tip the top of your head toward me a little bit. There you go. Chin down a touch. Perfect. Right there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. Chin down straight to me. Beautiful. A little bit more to your, yeah, perfect. 1, 2. Chin up a touch. 1, 2. Wham. All right.
That looked great.
That's it. Does anybody have any questions about the yes and with the hair light, the addition of the hair light? If you want to, just drop it in the chat. Guys, what do you think? Anything I could have done differently? We can add to it real quick before the yes and moves on. Oh man, come on. We can't break rules. That's why they're there. I love that the hair is more defined. Yeah, so I do a lot of portraiture, so being able to look at how the model is dressed, look at the features of the model. We want to make the model look as the best version of themselves. So with the hair and the outfit and the start with the beauty dish, adding a little bit, you don't have to be extra. You just add a little bit to give an accent, and we're done. What do you think? Did I do okay?
Chris.
Yeah,
Chris.
I like it.
Awesome. Cool.
Chris,
cool.
Chris,
Yeah.
we got one more question for you.
One more question.
Yeah, go for the questions.
How did you determine where to position the light? So I decided to look at how she styled her hair, how she's done her makeup, and how she's dressed. And I decided I wanted to see more of the profile of her face. She has a beautiful jawline, eyes, makeup. She's done everything wonderfully. So that's why I had her turn just a little bit to her right. And then when she did that, I decided to move the light a little bit closer. And it's a small reflector that I have just ready for an accent or even a mane if I wanted to. But since we have a nice beauty dish, I thought just doing a hair light for a nice beauty portrait would be the best thing to do. Yeah, so that's why I have it positioned over there on the left side of Ana Luisa. Did that help?
Awesome.
Awesome, guys. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's go.
Well, so I thought what I would do is I would probably try and take this shot, which is fairly kind of a beauty shot. It's evenly lit. And I thought I'd try and make it more dramatic.
Can I interrupt you really fast?
Yeah.
Before you go,
Yes.
we have another game coming after this that we have to get some input on.
Okay.
So we are going to play a game called Grab Bag, where we have random things in different bags. We're going to pull them out. So there are going to be different light modifiers, different styles, and random objects.
And animals.
And animals. No, not animals.
Don't put animals.
No. So what we would like you to do is start thinking about that and leave in the comments something that you would like to see. It could be really moody, high key, low key, side light. It could be beauty dish, softbox, heart, whatever. So give us your thoughts, and then what we will do is we're going to be writing those down, and then when it comes time for us to do that game, we'll take your suggestions. But I totally forgot to ask for those earlier. Sorry.
That's all right. That's awesome.
Back to you.
Okay, so put your stuff in the chats. We're going to try and make this a little bit more dramatic. So I'm going to take a shot and try and get basically what they were getting before. I have to make sure all of my trigger settings are correct. So I saw that he was on channel 43, so I had to change my camera to 43. So I'm going to take a shot and make sure that mine looks similar to what we were getting. So can you look right here? I'm going to... Here we go. All right, let's take a look at that. You want to pull up my shot? All right, yeah, so that's looking about right. So I'm in the zone. The great thing is that everything was done for me to kind of give her a general overall look. So all I have to do is kind of tone that down. And they were at F at 11.
which I never shoot at f11, so that's a challenge for me. So I'm actually gonna go to f16 because I can't go any lower than I am right now. I'm at ISO 125, and so I can't go lower with the Sony. So I'm gonna have to change my aperture to f16 just to get her darker, so that then I can create a light source that's a little bit more dramatic. So I'm going to f16 and I'm just gonna get another shot, and we're gonna see that she's gonna be a bit dark. Here we go. There we go. So you can see now I've got a dark shot. But the beauty of this dark shot is that I've got all of this great information in the shadows, but it's real subtle information. So in the shadows here, in her hair, all of that is very, very subtle, but it's all taken care of because this is giving us our front light. This is giving us a little bit of a separation here. The rules don't allow me to change either of these, so I'm gonna add my own contrast situation. So I brought in a light that has a grid on it so that the light is traveling in one specific direction. It's kind of a small light source. It's not a big, huge umbrella. I gotta turn this thing on and I gotta get it up to the right, oops. Let me get it to the right channel. We're way up at channel 43. Okay, so I'm at channel 43. Now I'm gonna fire this flash off. I've got it on group A. This one's group C, which is the background. All of these are shooting in manual power. So I'm really gonna kind of pump this thing up. And we're just gonna put this, I'm gonna have you kind of look in that direction, right? So nose this way, you can kind of look back at me, okay? And we're gonna put this light right here. There we go, yeah. And I'm gonna get it nice and close, because the closer this light gets, it gets bigger, which means it gets quote unquote softer because the size relationship is changing. But the other thing that changes when you bring a light closer to someone is that it gets more contrasty. So you get more contrast because the front side of her face or the left side of her face is so much closer to the light. And then there's a vast difference in distance between the left side of her face and the right side of her face. So it gets more contrasty. If I wanted it to be a little bit less contrasty, I would move the light further away from her so the relative distance between left and right on her face is very minimal, and then that makes the light much more even from side to side. Okay, so I'm bringing it pretty close, and I don't have a lot of space here, but I'm bringing it close, and I'm caught. There we go. All right. So with that, add a power of 10. It's a very small light. It's a ProPhoto A2. Can you kind of look that direction? Come back to, there you go, just like that, perfect. Kind of scoot in a little bit. There you go, good. All right, here we go, and here's the shot. So what do I got there? There we go. See, now we're starting to shape her face, and we're trying to create even more shadow up front, and then we're getting kind of this light shadow going on her face. So we're gonna take a couple more. Oops, I lost my tether. Hold on. Just gotta plug back in the tether. Okay, here we go. So we're just gonna take a couple and see how this turns out. All right, here we go. Good. There, I like that. Just like that. Perfect. Give me that look again, but look a little bit more that way so that I see both eyes. Good. Chin down a little bit. Excellent. Keep it up. Oh, that's perfect. Just like that. That's it. I like that one. See that? That's just a really dramatic shot. And then if I wanted to, if I could change something, I would actually increase this light, try and get her hair to separate out a little bit more from the background, which I could do simply by changing my f-stop, which is not against the rules. So if I go up to f11 again, so I'm opening back up, and I do the same thing, give me that same general, there you go, good. Then I get a brighter shot, see that? And now this just went up a stop. So I got an extra stop of light here. That, obviously everything got an extra stop of light, but it wasn't too bright, and so I'm within the rules, and I think that's a cool dramatic shot, so thank you. All right. Mark needs 3 minutes. Any questions out there? Well, if there are, ask them. If not, I'm going to talk through the idea of changing the exposure a little bit more, simply by changing the relationship. So if I want my light, everything else seemed to be pretty good. So I'm going to take my light and back it up just a little bit, and that's going to dramatically change that overexposure situation. So let's do the same thing. That way we got a good comparison. Nose this way a little bit. No, there you go, right there. Good. Nice. Chin down just a little. There. Good. So watch that. See how now that bright spot on her face is disappearing because I just moved the light back just a few inches. I didn't have to move it very much. Oh no. Here we go. We don't want to end on that shot. There we go. See that? That looks really good. I love it. I love the hair light. I love the main light. This was our instituted light. This is the light that first came and gave us that kind of even lighting in front. And then we got the hair light that came in. So Chris gave us that to separate out things and make her hair glow a little bit more. And then I just added a little bit of contrast to the situation by toning down all the light and then adding a very directional light, but not like a tiny directional light. It's quite big directional light.
Can I just use your camera?
Yeah.
Faster?
There you go.
All right.
Oh, turn on your mic.
Mic is on now.
Okay.
All right. Just the same time I'm grabbing this. What is this? Sony. All right. I don't even know what this is.
Back button focus.
What? Still no audio? How about now? Now we have it. Okay. So one of the things that we can do is we have this very contrasty look. And if you notice on the image on the computer, let's go to that really quickly. You can see on the cheek opposite the fill light over here, we have really dark shadows. And so instead of adding a light, I'm going to add a Chris. So Chris, come on out. And he is going to help me out.
I got you, man. I
All
got
right,
you.
Up over here.
This side. Let's do it.
Let me grab this from you. This is called the 5-in-1 reflector. So it's got silver on one side, it's got white on the other, and then on the inside it's got gold, and it has black, and then it has a translucent material in the center. So 5 different surfaces. This is one of the least expensive and most beneficial light modifiers that you can buy. So they run about $80, less than that, and depending on which brand, maybe a little bit more than that, but around there, let's say $100. You can see I can bounce light into the camera, seeing that? Shoo, shoo, shoo. So instead of adding a light, all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have Chris hold this here, and I'm gonna try to mimic where this is coming from, bounce this light. We're gonna try, I can only do one thing. So I have to choose if I'm gonna do silver or white. Silver is gonna give us a little bit more specular light. It's gonna show up a little bit more shiny. So we might have issues with the skin, but because it's quite a bit of a distance, I think white isn't gonna be reflective enough. So since I can only do one thing, I'm gonna go with silver, all right? So, back button autofocus?
Back button.
So just,
Yep.
all right, this wonky thing here. Okay, so yeah, here we go. And you can run your whammo. Did I get a shot? Did I get one?
You did.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna set this down, and I will use survey mode.
Move that out of the way.
And I'll hide this so you can see this. Move out of the way. There we go. I'm using it's a Mac. Okay, so survey mode allows me to compare 2 images side by side. And so we can look over here at her cheek and see if it actually opened that up a little bit. And I think before and after, you can just see a little bit more of that. If we want to open that up even more, then what we'll do is we are going to just pop this in. There we go. We're just going to move that reflector a little bit closer. So we're going to get as close as possible without touching. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Look right at me. Excellent. Okay, now when this pops in, you can see that we were able to preserve that look. So that's before, that's after. But now we have a lot more of her cheek there, and it just allows us to do some things without having to buy another light. We only have a couple of dollars that we're spending here. We can also, we're going to use you another way. So Anero, hold your hands up like this, and then I want you to scooch over just a little bit, back up just a little bit. Okay, so just hold it like that. Now I'm going to hold this up. I'm zooming in here. All I did was I moved where this reflector is. Let's see if this gives me the, yeah. So this just gives us this really soft, open light. So let's contrast that to what we had before. So Jared was over here, put those side by side, and then you can see that just by using that little reflector there, we were able to create a totally different look just by moving that around from the side or underneath. It's just one change.
Hey, Mark,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to let you break the rules.
Okay.
Can you compare silver to white?
Yeah.
So flip this and let's do a white so that you can see the difference between what happens with a white and a silver underneath her.
Let's do it. In fact, let's have you shoot it, because we got questions coming in, and then you can just yes and
Okay.
me.
All right.
This is your change. We'll let this be your change.
There we go. I didn't even have to break the rules.
Where's when I get my change?
Perfect. All right, here we go.
A different photographer, different change.
Yeah, that's perfect. Just like that. And chin down just there you go, right there.
So we had a question about the seamless. Can you pop that question back up again? So with only a couple of dollars, wouldn't seamless like you're using be out of price range? Yes, for sure. So this, I don't know if you can go to Skycam. So Tally's running all of our cameras. This big white wall right here, you can see it's got this, this little edge here, this infinity edge. That is called a cyclorama. It is a permanently installed painted piece of this studio. It's really expensive and it's hard to maintain. You have to paint it and refinish it and all kinds of stuff. So James, any idea, I mean, I know you know, but can you give us a ballpark of what it would cost? And did you build that yourself? We're going to let him turn on.
I absolutely did not build that myself. No, we hired someone to do that. Really, you have two options when it comes to having a cyc wall installed. One is they sell prefabricated cyc walls where they ship them out to you and a company will hire a construction crew to have it installed at your facility. The price on that is ranging from $30,000 up to $50,000 or more depending on the size of the cyc wall. That was well out of my price range. I ended up finding blueprints online that instead of using a fiberglass mold was using drywall. And so found the blueprints, I hired a local construction crew to frame it out with 2x4s, and then they wet the drywall and were able to bend and ply the drywall and then install it in and then use a mud compound mixture to blend it into the cement ground. Painted it over about 50 times, and now we have a cyc wall, and that was about half the investment.
Okay, we're going to talk about this. How do you account for keeping her skin tone without washing it out in some areas? So let's bring up that last image that, that Jared shot. So you can see here we have some highlights on her face that are a little bit bright. And so in this instance, and you can see we're shooting at f11 here. So we might be just a little bit overexposed, and because I can't figure out where the aperture value is.
It's an aperture ring.
Oh, it's an aperture ring.
Old school, baby.
Old school. Can you shoot that at maybe f13, f14 and show us? So normally what I would do in this situation is I would maybe underexpose those highlights. I would expose for the shadows instead of the highlights. And then in post-production, I would hop into Lightroom or Evoto or something, and then I would go in and do my final Lightroom edits or darkroom edits. So what we can do is when we're shooting something, it doesn't matter if you're shooting a scenic photo, if you're shooting in the studio, we have to envision the end state. So what is it, where do we want to be? So Ansel Adams compared it to a composer writing sheet music. So the sheet music would be the raw file, and how the conductor and the symphony perform that music is the post-production. How do you interpret that data? And so what I normally do is I'll expose to get something that's pretty close to what I want,
And because I'm shooting raw, I can dive into Lightroom, I can dive into Evoto, and then I can pull up everything and see specifically. So let's take a look at that.
So this is the latest shot, a little darker, and you can see that you've got a little bit more information in that shiny spot on her head. But then as we go out, you can see that everything got brighter. It's not like the lights changed. So a specular highlight is based on the angle of incidence. So when the light comes and hits my forehead, it's always going to bounce off at an angle to something. And whether your camera is there or not is whether or not you're going to get a specular highlight. And so if the light comes this way and hits here and goes there and your camera happens to be over there, you're going to get a specular highlight. And with my head, you're always going to get a specular highlight somewhere.
With my head.
With my head.
I'm going to get.
Well, not so much.
Not so much.
You're more powdery.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I kind of want to touch
Thank you.
it.
You can.
So, like, but mine is just so bright. Like, I'm always going to get that, you know? And so you're
Your
gonna
head
get
is more
those-
specular.
Yeah.
So this is Jared's head. This, you know,
Chris's head.
Chris's head.
We're 2 in 1.
There you go. We're a
Yeah.
2-in-1.
Right.
So if you're trying to battle a specular highlight, sometimes just changing the angle of the light just a little bit will help, but also the size of the light will help. So the smaller the light is, the more that spot is going to get
Right.
intense. And the bigger the light gets, the less intense that transition between highlight and shadow is. So, you know, I mean, we're dealing with small lights. That's a small light, that's a small light, that's a small light. And so the bigger the light gets, the less you're going to have that.
I brought a very large light. It's not assembled, but we might pull it out. So maybe while we're doing some demos, I brought some 6-foot lights and some 7-foot lights.
Yeah.
Or not lights, but modifiers.
Modifiers.
One of the things I want to point out, though, that happened during this session for all of us, and this, you have to give yourself permission to do this if you want to increase your skills as a photographer, and that is learn from other people. So I had no idea how to use that camera, and I know the principles, but I couldn't figure out how to do the aperture. So there is nothing wrong with just saying, can you help me out? Show me how to do this. Grab somebody to help you hold a reflector or something like that. It is much better to learn photography in a group than it is by yourself.
You know
Absolutely.
what? And also, and here's a really important point, when I'm teaching a workshop, I find that the people who learn the most are the people who are holding something and then not shooting.
Assisting.
And don't be afraid to step back and actually, don't worry about getting the shot. Watch what people are doing, because if you watch the photographer and you watch the light and you watch the assistant and where things, that's when you learn the absolute most about photography, because you're seeing all the angles instead of having a camera in your face
Just focused
and you're
on
just
it.
like, oh, this is a pretty model, I'm going to take pictures.
Right.
Right? And so you lose a lot when you're behind the camera. So I would prefer to step out and just watch the thing happen.
I'll tell you an experience I had. So Greg Gorman is he shot lots of movie posters and stuff back in the day in the 80s. Tootsie, and he shot like the Ray-Ban shots of a bunch of people. But anyway, he's known for his black and white, high key and low key photography. I was hired to go and film him for Epson, so they wanted me to go do that. And I had to sit in his studio while he set up his stuff and then shot all the images and got the final product, and I was shooting some behind the scenes stuff. That was maybe 2 hours. I think I learned more in that 2 hours watching this master of light than I did in the previous 2 years watching videos and reading books and all that kind of stuff.
Right, and you weren't doing any of the shooting.
I was doing
You
nothing.
just
In
watching.
fact, I was like sitting in a chair most of that time.
Yeah.
And that's where I learned about effective size of light and parabolic lighting and direction of light. Like, all these things, I knew it in principle, but when I saw it, I'm like, oh, okay, now. And he was doing things that I'd never thought of, like vertical contrast, which was not in my thing. Okay, so don't forget, we're about to do the grab bag thing, and nobody has suggested anything yet. I've been furiously scribbling on the cards back there, so you guys got to go back there and scribble on the cards. So do we have other questions? Because our next game is grab bag. We are right on schedule. Okay, so I know that there's about a 30-second delay between what I say and what you hear. So I'm just waiting to see if there are any questions. But please give us some of those things. Let's bring out the cards that we have. Who wants to go first in this grab baggy thing?
I'll go first.
You're going to go first?
Yeah, let's do it.
I threw some curveballs in here.
Let's do it.
I intentionally threw some curveballs. And then, James, why don't you start tearing your stuff down a little bit here so we can make room for this. So,
Here, wait, add this one to it.
okay.
That one's a good one.
So all I have here is I have in this hand on the green cards,
What's the orange?
Nervous.
I have gear.
Gear. Okay. Okay.
And in the yellow cards, I have some styles.
Okay.
Okay, not very many. We only have like 6. We need more suggestions. We're not getting enough suggestions. So, and you guys can keep scribbling back there because we all have to go.
Okay.
Are you ready?
So, which one do I pick first?
It would have been great if I actually got a bag for this.
But you can fan. You can do a good fan.
I can do,
and
yeah.
And you can.
Well, why don't we let an arrow choose?
Okay. Oh.
You're going to choose what he's going to
Okay.
do.
Wait, I've got another one.
We got another one.
I'm furiously making
All right.
suggestions.
Okay. Scramble that up.
Hey, what are the orange ones for?
I don't know. We were going to have 3 things, and I don't know what the 3 things are. Right now we have gear.
Oh, composition.
Oh, okay, composition.
Composition. Okay.
Yeah. So gear, a style or a theme.
Okay. Okay.
And then composition.
Okay. Gear, style, theme, or.
All right, that's all.
Hold on, I'm making a composition
Scrambled
one
up.
right now.
Okay.
All right. Choose a card, any card. We also want you to do this at your home, in your group. If you're by yourself, try to do what we're doing. All right. I did throw some curveballs
hold on, I got-
on
okay.
purpose.
3 compositions.
3
Real
compositions.
basic.
Okay.
You're gonna love them.
Choose that. And what is it? Let's see. Open it up. It says random umbrella.
Random umbrella.
Okay, so I have a big pile of umbrellas.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you what's in the bags, so you'll just have to pick one of those umbrellas.
Okay.
So random umbrella.
Random umbrella. Okay.
And then,
Here's one from the internet.
oh,
So this
Let's-
is it.
let's
It's
just-
happening
let's
right now.
do this
That's
one.
that
Let's just see what that
All
You
right.
don't even get
What
to
is
choose
that?
that
Okay.
one.
Okay.
flashy 80s.
Flashy 80s. Oh man. Okay.
What a fee. Okay. Have you
Okay.
seen Flashdance?
I have seen Flashdance. Absolutely. No, we're good.
Right?
We're good. This
Right?
is like on the fly creativity. This is
Jennifer
cool.
Beal, right?
That works.
Yes. Yeah,
do it.
totally. Okay, now we have one more. We got flashy 80s, and then I don't know what these are, so pick one of these. What is that? What? Oh, that's composition. Composition.
Composition.
So
okay.
that's the right.
Okay.
So I'm going to go over here to the meter cam.
Okay.
So that's the composition.
Do you like the drawing? It's
I
really
like
good,
that.
right?
Yeah, that drawing is
Very Picasso.
Did you use that with
Yeah.
a big pencil, like a big Sharpie?
Oh,
with your whole hand?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So that's our stuff. We've got random umbrella,
Okay.
flashy 80s, and then to the right. So
Random
let me go get the
umbrella,
umbrellas.
Flashy 80s, and a composition. to
Yeah, I'm bringing the random umbrellas.
Okay. We're gonna do this.
Where's your computer?
We're gonna make it happen. All right.
All right.
There's our 3.
Who wants to choose the random umbrella?
Oh boy.
Should we let an arrow choose the random umbrella?
Yeah.
Choose
go.
one of these. All right. Yeah. What did you choose? I don't even know what that is.
Big. Oh no. Dun dun dun.
The random umbrella is, it's chaos in here. Okay, you've got a translucent.
Okay.
Oh, and it's an old translucent because it's got some discoloration.
Okay. It's got love. This has been
got-
well
It
loved.
has
It's-
love.
It's been in a storage unit in Phoenix, so
Okay.
it's a little brown.
Okay.
And then, there's also the skirt. So you can throw this around and this becomes basically a softbox. All right, so that's your
Okay.
random umbrella. I'll be your assistant.
Okay.
Since you helped me, so
Okay. We can make this work.
you can make it work.
Okay. So I'm gonna do some stuff.
Okay.
I got some stuff to do.
All right,
Really
Christopher's
quickly,
going to
though.
do some stuff. While he's doing that, we have time to talk about questions that you have, if you have anything. Let me tell you what's going on with CreativeLive, by the way. So CreativeLive is back. We've had about 20 classes right now. If you go to creativelive.com, you can see, if you scroll down, you can see all of the new classes. We're going to start doing live for free stuff on YouTube. This is the first one. This is sort of a proof of concept. We want you to try to join us and do these together with us interactively so that we can learn together. And so if you haven't already, make sure, oh, that's a good idea. So Chris,
yes,
the
sir.
idea came in, collapsed umbrella maybe. So instead of, I don't know if you've ever done this, but instead of having it fully out, you have it sort of like this. So a little, oh, yeah, he's already ahead of us. He's already ahead of the game.
I needed, and that's an excellent,
excellent idea.
Like umbrellas, I don't think that people give these things enough credit.
Yeah, I don't either.
I have small ones, large ones, shoot through, translucent, bounce into, diffusion, all that kind of stuff. But if you do have a large modifier, whoever put the comment in on YouTube, that's an excellent point. Because I'm just going to use this modifier in the exact same way, and I'm going to keep it from collapsing on itself with this little painter's cloth clamp right here. And I keep one of these in my bag, either to use a 5-in-1 onto a stand or to just be an extra set of hands, so to speak. So that's exactly how I'm going to use the clamp and the umbrella. We'll see.
Also, gaffer tape helps with that.
Or gaffer's tape.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, I'll hold.
So I would just make it into a normal shoot into umbrella, and then just kind of collapse it down. And then we're gonna create the size of light that we want.
Wait, you don't want it to shoot through?
I don't want to shoot through. I want to shoot into. Yeah, shoot into it. Oh, I see. It's
no,
like
this is a reflector.
Like a soft box.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
So
okay.
are you?
So let's still do it the way it's designed, and then we'll collapse it down.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is gonna be interesting. We're gonna make a large umbrella, 80s style.
Thanks.
Yeah. Camera right.
Got it.
You got that? Okay, let's do it.
What light are we putting this on?
We're gonna use. Where's my Pro Photo?
It's right here.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're just gonna use the same. That's a Pro Photo B20. Let's see if it has an umbrella shaft.
Yeah, it does.
It does because I have the swivel
pull
on it,
that
so
guy.
perfect. There we go. Yeah, just twist it and it'll pop right off.
All right,
There you go. Yeah, sometimes I mount those directly to the stand, but that time I had the swivel on there, so it's perfect. And this has a drawstring on it too. So when we collapse this guy down, we'll shrink the light itself.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Where do you want it?
So Anero's gonna come over here because camera right. Yeah, we'll just keep you right about. We'll keep you in the frame. So right about here is good. Just stand right here. Yep, perfect. And let's collapse that down like half as much.
While you're doing this, can I ask you, we have a great question here. And that is, can you please share your settings? So
Yes,
as you're
sure.
setting up, where you're thinking as far as aperture values, shutter speed, that kind of stuff?
Man, that's an excellent question. Thank you for all your help because I need it. That's a great question. I want to make this area as dark as I can. So I'm going to, with the GFX stuff, it's a 1/125th of a second. But I may push that a little bit.
What is that?
Oh, so Fujifilm GFX. So it's a larger sensor. It's a little taller, a little wider. Good tonal range, 16-bit, so on and so forth.
So it can capture lots of shadows, lots
Lots
of
of
highlights,
shadows,
bunch
lots of
things.
highlights, lots of information, more of the scene. Instead of it being like a 3x2 aspect, it's a 4x3 aspect. So it's wide and it's also tall.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and how are you going to make it dark?
I have to speed my shutter up. And I have to get rid of some of this ambient light really as much as I can. And I want to make just kind of a soft beam of light going toward Anero. And we'll see. It's a big light, and when I think of 80s, I think of like small. I think of small lights, I think of stars, I think of multiple lights, I think of color, I think of all this kind of stuff. But I dim the rules. I got an umbrella.
Yeah, I do. Well, I think maybe we can let you do the thing, and then you can.
We'll play. We'll
play with it,
We'll
yeah.
see what we can do. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because technically, I have a diffuser that also has silver on it.
Yeah.
So
You can do something.
it was in the bag.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
So is this a flash or is this a hot light?
Well, I can do a little bit of both. I do have an LED
Yep.
and I do have flash. So if I wanted to darken things up, I can only read this light as a constant light, or I can have a strobe, use it as a strobe.
Okay, yeah, because you said you're going to speed up the shutter, and I'm like, oh, is that hot? Then, if you're shooting with strobes, that's not going to work.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I'm curious how this works. All right, I'm going to go get out of your way.
Okay, let's see. Let's get this tilted as much as it
Down?
can. Yeah, and if it can't go further because it's so big, then I'll just have you.
That's what you got, but I can lean it.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you could lean it.
I can lean it. I'm a
Yeah.
leaner.
Okay. Cool.
Got it.
Man,
I'm
this is
leaning.
gonna be very challenging because I don't think of large light sources for 80s. Let's just keep it really real, right? So let's just see. And is that flash on?
It's on,
still
and it's
on?
still the same as it was before.
Okay,
43.
sweet. All right, so let's see.
And C, I think. Yeah.
All right, we're still on C? Okay,
Yep.
sweet. So I'm just gonna start with the test. This is kind of hilarious. All right, here's my test shot. We're gonna go a little bit wider because we wanna get Annetta Lisa kind of on the right side. So let us see what we're gonna see here. All right, let me just get the light. We're not gonna do composition quite yet. I think we had a firing of the other light, I think. No, we're good. Okay. All right. What a challenge. Okay, let's have you scoot further forward this way, and everybody scoot further forward this way. Yeah. I wish you could shoot through that. Yeah, this is like, there's almost no way around making this small.
Well, I kind of, so I can
You can
waste
feather it
a
off,
lot
but
of the
it's,
light.
It's still gonna be, like when I think at 80s, I'm thinking hard light,
But
you know?
oh yeah, talk to the. So I was thinking that if you don't want that to hit the background, you want it to be darker in the background, you could just turn
Feather
it
it
this
away.
way. We'll waste all the light going that way, but at least no light's going that way,
Right.
and then it kind of sneaks around that
Yeah,
side of the face.
yeah,
and you
yeah.
kind of lean it over.
Whew. All right, let's try it. It's a great suggestion. It's
It's going to be a real soft feather.
It's gonna still, yeah.
it'll be
We'll
cool
just
'cause
rock
it's
with it.
such
This
a
is what we got.
pointy-
It is what it is.
Like look at the shadow side of her face, because the light here is very small and then the light here is very big. That's kind of cool.
I'm liking that.
Work with it. I mean, it's gonna be soft. I mean, it's not gonna be exactly 80s because we're not gonna like soak your hair and put you in a leotard and like, you know, throw hair and everything. But yeah.
Here, show us
There's this-
that.
You know what? Let's have you back
off.
Quite, yeah.
That's
back
pretty
up.
nice. That's pretty soft. I like it.
I like it. It works.
That's a good.
It gives me
contrast.
80s glamour glow.
80. We'll take that
Yeah.
too. So scooch further
Further?
back.
All right.
Yeah. We'll have you go. Keep going further back.
Okay.
There we go. Keep going.
Just go to the next studio,
Yeah,
please.
just go through that wall. We're gonna go through that wall. All right. So let's just see what we're gonna get now.
So are you upping your aperture for
Open
that?
the power and be both.
Oh, up in power. Okay.
Yeah. I will do both. So right now I'm at f4.5, low base ISO of 80. It's gonna be a lot darker, so we'll see what we get.
Yeah, that's definitely dark.
Yeah, so
you're
let's
barely getting around that
Let's
eye.
have you turn, yeah, and now you can
There you go,
bring the
that's-
light, maybe turn it toward her a little bit, like the point of the light. Yeah, let's see that. There you go. And now since we don't have the exact specularity with the small light because we're using an umbrella, I'm just gonna work with her on like an 80s type of a pose, just to give a little bit of the energy, right? All right, so let's get this, 1, 2, 3. And so, do you have any chewing gum? Just act like you're chewing gum. Just like, yeah. Yeah, there we go, perfect. And then chin here, yeah, there we go. There we go. Now these are gonna be a little dark. I'm gonna look at my exposure. But like when I don't have the specularity that I want, or the hotness, or multiple lights, you know, to shoot and give me flare into the lens. Like all these 80s things that I'm thinking about aren't there, but I have a lively model. I have pink, which is great. We don't have chewing gum, but we can still act like we're gonna be chewing gum, and we're gonna get that 80s, you know, type of a vibe, you know, out of our model. So there you go. Let's do 80s. And we don't have 80s music, but think of like 80s music. Yeah. Breakfast at Tiffany's or something like that. Yeah. Like you're kind of surprised. Look here. There you go. Yeah. All right, let's have a look.
All right. I like them.
Yeah, and let's pull your hair out of the right-hand side. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and we're just gonna be like, kind of Cali girl, like, yeah. There you go. And you're chewing gum, like whatever. Yeah. And we're gonna move over to the right. Okay, let's have a look at that. Yeah. I think that's it. That's the best I'm gonna be able to do, unless we add a little bit of the silver.
We're gonna yes and you.
You're gonna, please do, yeah.
So no, you're gonna stay here. So, okay.
Okay.
Shoot.
Have these been? I have. So I've used medium format.
I've used medium format film, not digital.
Yeah. So I think all of us have.
I have not used a digital back, but I have these are medium format digital, but there's a range in medium format, and this is the smaller 44 by 33 size medium format sensor.
Yeah.
So I started in 2001 with a Hasselblad manual camera and a phase 1 back that you put on it. And it was an astounding 6 megapixels.
Ooh.
But think about that. 6 megapixels in a medium format means that every sensor is huge. And so the files were so clean, we could print it 7 feet tall and it looked perfect. So it was a beautiful file, even though it was only 6 megapixels. But the key to a medium format, the thing that the medium format really shines with is it's got latitude because of the light that's coming in is powering the sensor, as opposed to a battery kind of raising the noise floor. So when you get like a 60 megapixel 35 millimeter camera, that's gonna be pretty noisy in comparison to a 50 megapixel or even 100 megapixel medium format, because those sensors are so big that the light coming in is actually the one that's powering it, as opposed to just batteries pushing the noise floor up. So you get a cleaner file and you get a lot better kind of separation.
The tonal range.
So you just, there's nothing that compares to that. I use the GFX 50, like back with the 50 meg. Man, that's
great.
Beautiful.
So I think the question though is more to do with compositionally. Do you find it easier to compose with a larger and a different aspect ratio than a 35 millimeter? So I think that's what the question is.
Yeah, do you want to, can you clarify?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Like CreativeLive is better of larger cameras than 35. So I think that's.
Oh, gotcha.
So for me, I agree. I can see easier with my medium format camera, like my Mamiya and stuff. I can just like, oh my gosh, I can see. But because it's closer to a square than horizontal, I just see more options, mainly in post-production. And
see, I find my composition is the opposite. When I have a longer frame, I think more cinematically. And so I tend to use that length of the frame. And I shoot mostly horizontal, not vertical. And so I really prefer it. If I'm shooting vertical, then a more square format is nicer. But I love the...
All right,
try that.
We're going to move along.
Oh, yeah. See, that's cool. That, like,
so it actually has
that idea of...
Push over this way to back up this way.
So the question is, did you guys have colored LED ice lights? So we don't. I've got some Pavo tubes. They're not here. But, so we were chatting while you were shooting. And you were talking about color, more specular stuff. So let's evolve your shot.
Yes.
Okay?
Sure, let's do it.
So I'm going to throw you some ideas.
Okay.
And then we're going to try to evolve it. So yesterday you did a CreativeLive, the day before yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah.
And you had some LED lights.
We're using LED panels.
Can you bring those out?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, grab those really fast. Maybe Jared can help you with those. And so what these LED lights are going to do is they're going to add tons of color. So maybe you can slow the shutter and get some of that bubblegum 80s. What a feeling. Yeah,
Little flash dance.
little flash dance. Let's see if we can mix some of the ambient, which is what these LED lights would be, and some of the strobes. So I might have to kill some of the video
quite
lights.
a bit.
But let's see. I'm going to just sort of push you to the next, not the next level.
Like further, not distance.
Further, yeah.
Not away
further.
from you.
Yeah. So let's. And this is one of those things I love shooting.
Do we
in
want
groups.
them to be daylight?
No, we want it to have color, lots of color.
Really?
Yeah, the 80s,
All right, we got blue and red.
blue and red.
All right.
Do you want red or do you want?
So are we like
No, go
full-on
red.
changing this?
Go red?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Yes.
Yeah. This is like we got the idea. Now do what you want.
Okay.
All right. So while that's happening,
Look at the hair. That's great.
can you grab the cards? Where are those cards?
Coming.
They're right behind the computer.
All
right
right.
there.
So the next person, while we are doing this, so I think is it you? Who's it? Who's next?
I don't know.
There is another audience suggestion.
Oh, what's
Okay,
that?
another one. Scribble it down.
I already scribbled it down. It's in there.
Oh, it's in
Oh,
there.
it's in there.
okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Here, I can put it on the screen.
Yeah, put it on screen. Polaroid look. Oh, that's some post-production stuff. So maybe I'll do that one.
Yeah, you do that one. So you can do whatever you want. Like you have to do these, but then once you bring it in, you have to do a Polaroid look, and you have to do it so that then when you're shooting, it's coming in as a Polaroid look.
Okay.
There you
Yeah. So I'll do that. I got to set that up. So I'll
That
do that.
sounds
So we'll have you go next.
Okay, I'll
Is
go
that cool?
next.
All right. So would you like to do the honors? Man, these colors are so crazy. You can't even see what color.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like what color are those cards? This one is
No depth of field.
no depth of field. So I think that's no depth of field.
Like wide open.
Wide open, like extreme depth of field.
1.8.
Oh, wide open as in
Wide
shallow
open.
depth of field.
Shallow depth field. No depth field. Zero. Like
Zero.
It's like super.
Do you have a
super.
1.2 lens?
I got a 1.8.
That'll work.
Do you have? Are you Canon?
Yeah.
I got a 1.2 for you.
Yeah, 1.2.
I got one for you.
Perfect.
So okay, so that's your first thing. Choose. Okay, this is. I'll come up here. This is your composition. Ching, ching. And it's going to the meter cam. We got to go to the meter cam. There it is. That's the composition. So vertical with lots of sky. It's weird.
Vertical with lots of sky at 1.8.
And then the last thing. In this situation, would gels make a difference? Essentially, we're using gels.
Yeah, we're essentially, this is a blue gel and that's a red gel.
No. No. What? What?
This is one of my red herrings I put in here. Old school.
school.
So what old school means is I brought my 26-year-old Profoto pack and head.
A pack and head system?
Yeah, old school.
Okay.
It is my favorite lighting that I own, but you have to meter it with a light meter.
Yeah.
It's like slow flash durations, that whole thing. But I'll assist you if you want to do
Oh,
old
yeah,
school.
please.
All right, so we're going to use the old Profoto stuff. So what did
my
we
goodness.
get?
Oh, here's the other ones.
Old school,
Got you.
Old school at
center, and then what was the other?
1.8.
Oh,
or
wide
1.2.
open.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man. Okay,
So, I mean, that's going to be, have to toggle down.
I gotcha.
Okay.
I gotcha.
I would love to help on this one because I'm
Please.
hearing it and I'm
Yeah.
excited. I think it's super
All right.
cool. Yeah.
Can
and
I
also like
can I steal it since I already know?
No, you can't do that. No.
Dare you?
Yeah, no, I'm not stealing it.
You're doing
Like-
Polaroid.
Yeah, I got to do the Polaroid. Okay, I'm not going to steal.
But you know
anything.
what? You'll be a creative assistant.
Okay,
Well, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you some options.
Okay, so you got to nail this one right
Yeah,
now.
I'm going to go
I
and
have to
prep
do this
this
one.
stuff.
Oh, okay. I thought we were switching.
So,
all right.
so you're adding the color to this and doing
okay,
what do you,
okay.
Do you want this just like that, or do you want a reflector on it?
yeah, no,
What?
I want that just the way that it is,
Okay.
and
Where
then
do you-
we'll kind of see what happens with it.
Where do you want it?
We'll just see what it looks like right there.
Okay.
But I think I will have to knock some of these video lights down quite a bit because if we're gonna do a little shutter drag, unless the color,
That one's at 25%. This one is now also at 25% intensity.
okay, let's see. This is gonna be like a quick little test shot, and man, it's gonna get blown out. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Yeah, so we're gonna have to knock down for sure.
Either that, or
this-
we could turn these all the way up so that they become brighter than the video lights.
I'd rather knock the ambient down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ambient. We
yeah,
gotta
get some of
knock the ambient down.
Yeah.
And then while you are knocking that down, we have another question.
Yeah. So the question is it possible to use the color light as a rim light where it's half and half behind the model? Absolutely. Like right now, since we're pivoting super quickly, now it's really dark. Since we're pivoting really quickly, I'm just gonna shoot and get something, and then we're just gonna move on from there and see what we build, yeah? Let's see, and I may move that light.
The blue one?
My light closer. Actually, this little
Where do you want it?
photo light. Let's bring it, just walk it in toward her. Yeah. And we might not even use that thing because this looks great already, but we'll see. Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right, looking good. And look straight here at me. There you go, perfect. And then turn your chin and your body this way a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, stay right there. I just want to see how the light lands on Naneto's face. And then we'll dial that up and up and up and see what we're working with. Because now we're balancing 3 different colors. So it's a little challenging. All right, so let's get that light closer and then drop it down a little bit. And if I don't like that, then I might add a grid to it just so I can get that on her face, because that's gonna spread. The beam angle is pretty wide on that. So we may have to put a grid. Yeah, because we're washing out the color. Yeah, we're washing out the color.
Where's do you have a grid and a reflector?
Yeah, so I'm gonna grab I have a grid with a couple of different degrees.
So explain to us what that's going to do.
So right now what's happening is these lights, the light is way up front, so it's actually spreading almost at 180 degrees. And so it's spilling out onto the background as well as onto her face. And it's okay if it wastes out that way where we're not seeing it, but because this is a white cyc and it's bouncing all over, it's getting rid of all of this ambient light because the flash is overtaking it. So we have to control it. There we go. We have to control it and make sure that it's targeting her face so that it's a very specific area. So the tighter the grid is, the more it's going to localize. So like the deeper the honeycomb is, the more it forces the light to just go in one direction instead of spreading. So that's our.
So on top is 10 and the bottom's 20.
Yeah,
so let's just go right to 10.
So basically,
Yeah.
here, let's go to see that? If it's facing her, it goes right through. But see how when I tilt it, it goes dark? So it doesn't spread. And what he did is stack 2 grids on top of each other. So there's a grid here. Let's see, that one. See that? You got to really target it. And then there's this one that's a little wider. You don't have to be as targeted. And if you put both of them on top of each other, then it's really tight. Yeah. So
let's just start with 10.
Oh, just start with 10?
Yeah, just start with 10. Yeah,
okay.
See what we got.
So 10 is wider, or not as wide.
Yeah.
As wide. Okay, hold on.
There we go. And so the thing about using grids is now you have to really focus on where the light is going to go and how you're posing your model and how the light is falling onto her face, right?
Yeah, you really have to have an assistant who's on top of it.
So keep your pose, and you can kind of glance off this way a little bit. Beautiful. Hold that. 1, 2, and 3. And I may change my settings a little. Oh yeah, here we go.
And as an assistant, when you're looking at this, watch. So you'll probably be holding a light. Make sure you're watching the actual flash when it happens. Not looking at the flash, but looking at the
where it's
model.
hitting on her face.
Yeah.
So I'm watching for it so that I can assist the photographer in trying to recalibrate where it's hitting.
Yeah, and so what I think I'm going to ask you to do is raise it up just a touch,
okay,
and then walk toward me a couple degrees so we can get past her hair. Yeah, there we go. And you can still glance off. There we go. Perfect. And so the triggers and the flashes also have a little test button, so you can test where the light goes into your model's eyes.
Or you can turn on the modeling light.
Yep.
And you can see exactly where it's going to hit. As long as she doesn't move,
bring your chin just this way a little bit and drop your chin down a touch. Yeah, perfect. 1, 2, and beautiful. Yeah. So we're gonna brighten this up just a little bit. So for now, I'm just gonna use my ISO because I don't mind the shutter speed. 1, 2.
What is your ISO?
Right now I'm at 160.
Oh, that's.
So now
Oh,
we have a little bit
shutter
of
drag there.
Yeah, we have a little bit
All
of
right.
motion.
Okay.
We still have, you know, like a little bit of sharpness because of the
What is
flash.
your shutter? Is 25th?
So right now I'm at a 20. Yeah, 25th. I don't know if it makes sense to go to this guy here.
No,
But
it'll
yeah,
show up
yeah,
on you.
it'll show up on the
So
screen.
you're at 125th and you're moving your camera.
Yeah, so I'm at 125th f4 and my ISO's at 160. So I'm just focusing on the close eye and I'm just giving a little flick of the camera. And we'll
So-
do a little bit harder of a flick. 1, 2, yeah.
So if somebody's asking on the out there,
There we go.
wondering how she's still, what's the answer to that? Why is she still actually sharp, but the hair is blurry?
So a couple things. I've asked Anero to stay still and freeze her pose. My shutter speed is what's allowing my ambient light to come into the exposure, and then the relationship between her being frozen and the light on her face is with the aperture. So my aperture and my light have the relationship, my shutter speed and my ambient have the relationship. So when I slow things down, I'll let more, I'll let more light in, and if she moves, or if the camera moves, that's where I'm gonna get that motion, right? So if I take a shot and I keep my camera as still as I can, we're gonna get a shot like I shot it at, you know, the quote unquote right speed because the flash is freezing her.
Do you see how that nose is getting blue? You got to be careful on that when, because if she's turned this way, the
Just
light
a
is.
yep, the tiniest
And watch
change,
move,
right?
Can you move towards him a little bit? Like move forward. There. See that now the nose isn't going to get that, and I'll move in relationship to her, and then she's not going to have as much of a.
I like that because, well, I'll take a picture and I'll show you guys what we have. So right now we have red hair, blue hair, very little highlight on the cheek, which is going through her hair. But I wanna push you further back actually. There you go, and now give your pose to your left. There you go. Now see a little bit more blue, clear some hair from your cheek a little bit. There you go, and bring your nose back to your, boom, there you go. So now I have a little bit of red on her hair, of course. I have red on the right side. I have a shadow, and then I have a blue kind of a highlight on her cheek, and also a hair light. So we'll look out for the nose, and then we'll do a little chin up a little bit, and then chin to your right a touch. There you go, and sidestep a tiny bit toward me. There you go, a little bit more toward me, just a tiny bit. There we go, perfect. There you go, perfect. 1, 2. Let's see what we got. Yep. There we go.
Ooh, yeah.
That's cool.
Now we need a little 80s.
Yeah.
So it's important to recognize that the freezing is happening because of the flash. And so because her face is in shadow, the flash is the only thing that's exposing. So that's happening really fast no matter how long the shutter speed is. And so that's what's allowing the face to be frozen. But the rest of it, because it's ambient exposure, is actually allowed to move, and the shutter speed is what's controlling that.
Try a little jump really fast.
If you want to.
Oh, like a,
Oh, yeah.
so that your hair kind of goes up and down?
Just a little.
Or a jump?
Yeah, just go like this.
All right, ready? 1, 2, and go. Let's see what we got, because I may have got you out of the frame a little bit. Let's do that. I'm going to get you, let's back this up a little bit. Yeah, we'll back that up just a touch.
Do I need to?
You can, you can raise it a little
need to
bit.
raise it.
3 more shots.
There you go.
Move on.
All right, sounds good. All right, go ahead and do your jump. And 1, 2, go. So it should be blurry down, coming down. And if you look at the light, you'll see the trails because of where the color light is hitting her body. So when I do the slow shutter types of shots, I want to minimize what's moving because the ambient is going to drag on through the whole image. So where you have your model go and where the light is will either give you a really great photo or like a busy, chaotic looking photo. So for me, depending on what I'm shooting, I want to move the camera. I don't want to move too much with Anero because I don't want it to ruin the flash or the face, right? I don't want to put a trail of red or blue from an arm or something. Like her pink shirt, if she moves it around in front of her face, it's going to put a streak in front of her face, and it kind of doesn't matter how nice my strobe is. It's going to mess it up. So
All right,
we'll do one
last
more.
shot. Make it count.
All right, 1, 2, stay nice and frozen. 1, 2, okay.
Ooh, a zoom in.
Yeah.
Are you front curtain or rear curtain when you're shooting?
I think that was front.
Your front curtain?
Yeah, yeah. But that's it.
That's awesome.
That's
you,
it.
You
Thank
nailed
you guys.
the 80s.
Give me a
Good
high
job.
five. Thank you so much. Thanks for your help.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
Awesome,
Thank
Chris.
you, thank you.
All right.
Well, now, there I am. All right, how you doing? Great.
Are we pulling red and blue out?
Yeah, we're going to pull that stuff out.
Okay.
So this next one, James is up. And so I brought some old school lights. And you've never seen these lights, right?
No.
Have you ever worked with them ever at all?
I've used head impact systems, but not a Profoto head
Okay.
impact system.
So I'm going to give you a quick rundown.
Sure.
And for those of you who don't know what these kinds of lights are, you have a pack. So I'm going to go to the meter cam over here. It looks like this. You've got all these seemingly very complicated controls on the top. They're pretty simple once you figured them out. But this has all the capacitors and everything. And back in the day, a pack and a head system was far superior to a monolight. And even now, if you get like the very, very expensive Broncolor Profoto Pro heads, etc., they're going to be pack and head because you can just have a lot more power. I prefer it. Maybe I'm old because normally I mount this on my stand and then I can control everything right here instead of having to reach up to the light, and I can see what's happening. So this guy has a Profoto, a Pocket Wizard built in. So back in the day, if you wanted to trigger a flash, you had to use a physical cable. So you had to put a cable between your camera and your pack. And so these guys, there's a little antenna on there. I don't know if you can see that. What they do is they have a receiver built in. They were one of the very first. So yeah, plug that in, please.
All right.
When? Okay.
I used to use Normans.
Yeah, well, those
And they would
shocking.
just blow, like you'd hit test and it would arc and you could feel the electricity like go through the room and you're like, oh my gosh, I just about
Shockorama.
got
Hold that, please.
electrocuted.
All right, so this, I'll see if I can get this up to the meter cam here. This head, similar to a Profoto Pro head, it's got, the reason I love this type of light is it's got this flash tube surrounded by a glass globe that makes sure that the color temperature is consistent shot to shot, and it's a bit of diffusion built in. So if you have this inside a softbox or something, the light is going everywhere, and so it's a lot softer light than if you had it the newer flat front. And you can see there, that's what it looks like. In the dead center of that is a modeling light. And I think this is where you're going to be able to get away with using these.
Okay, so you're thinking using the modeling light in lieu of the actual strobe.
So not only can you use it as a strobe, but this is like the old school answer to having a video light and a strobe. So it was never meant to work like that. The other thing you can do with Profoto lights, I'll get this up a little bit more, is you can change the quality of light by zooming this in and out. So it will change the angle, it'll change how much light's coming out, the power, all kinds of stuff. And so essentially with a Profoto head, you don't have one modifier, you have 10, just by being able to do this. It is a huge difference, and anybody that says Profoto isn't the best, I'll fight them to the death. No.
I'm not going to say it right now. I'll wait till you're gone.
He whispers it. He whispers it on his way out.
Those are different cards.
Hey,
So
I'm listening too, buddy.
yeah. No. I think like the newer Godox stuff that is out now in Flashpoint, like to get that quality of light 15 years ago would have been thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And so there was always this huge disparity between
like the Alien Bs and Profoto.
Oh,
Huge,
yeah.
massive difference. But now, between like a Profoto B20 and a Godox V100, is not a huge difference,
The market
except for the
got
price.
so much competition evened it out a
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah.
You know, and that's an important point, just from a standpoint of people watching and like, oh, well, I don't have Profoto. Well, I don't have, you know, a really nice camera. Well, I don't have.
Anything
The
you
light
have
is
now.
the light, and if you don't have this, but you have a light and you have a reflector of any kind, you've got a light source, and you can start practicing and you can use
Yeah.
it, and you can make an amazing shot with something like this, and it doesn't have to necessarily be this.
Sure.
So the idea is that you learn the light distance to the subject, you learn the size of the light, you learn the modification of the light. Are you shooting through something? Are you bouncing off of something? All of those things are the important lessons to learn, not do I need to go out and buy this particular piece of
Right.
equipment.
And I highly recommend never buying anything that's expensive unless you've tried it first. You can try it by renting it. You can try it by going to a camera club. People can share gear. Or most stores, if you have a brick and mortar store in your town, most don't, but if you do, they'll let you try the gear out in the store. Or lensrentals.com, I think that's what it's called. They will ship stuff to you.
Yeah.
But don't spend, you know, $5,000 on a Profoto system if you've never used it. At least rent it or go to a trade show, something, try it out and see if it works for you, because you might find you don't need it.
Well, a question came up earlier in the live where they were wondering, how can we replicate all of what we're doing without being in a giant studio? And I know that was going to be one of the things that we were going to do.
We're sorry, Kirsten.
But no, it's a valid question because, okay, yeah, we have the opportunity to have a cyc wall, but you know, I've been shooting for 25 years, and for 20 of those years, I was just using this because I didn't have a studio or I couldn't find a studio, and I was just setting up paper backdrops in my living room, in my garage, or you know, I did a shoot 2 months ago where a client wanted me to do all the studio work, and I was like, yeah, you can come out to my studio. Like, well, we don't want to do that. I'm like, okay, well, I'll go out to you. And so we just brought out 3 102-inch paper backdrops. We rigged them all throughout their lobby, and we just built 3 studios in their lobby. So everything we're doing can be replicated just with the gear you have. I mean, what does a paper backdrop cost?
Well,
$50?
I mean, a 12-foot one is like $100
$100 for a 12-foot one. This is half the
yeah,
size.
you can replicate this, but you can also keep in mind that we haven't shot anything that requires a white cyc yet.
No.
Not yet.
Not once.
We're about to.
We're just in a studio that happens to have a white cyc, but not one photo has required that. Every photo could have been done with something about that size or a little bit bigger. And I shoot a lot of stuff in my backyard under the eaves of the house, and I just put one of these, a big one,
Yeah.
up and take portraits under an eaves. And it's
Yeah.
just as good as a studio.
Yeah, I just
So-
did CreativeLive class Tuesday, and it was getting started with flash photography, and we did the whole thing in my living room. That's maybe a third of the size of this. Maybe it was tiny.
Well, and
We
quite
did it.
frankly, I actually prefer shooting in an actual location.
Yeah.
So I want to do an environmental portrait, and so that's, to me, that's more fun than being in
Yeah.
a studio.
All right, let's get going on this.
All right.
All right.
So, so you don't have to learn all the other buttons and switches. I'll run these for you. Just tell me yes, no, more, less.
Okay.
But let me show you some options that you have for you. Beauty dish.
Yep, we've got a white line beauty dish.
Yep. So this is a soft light reflector, I think they call it, but it's beauty dish. This is a magnum reflector that
Yep.
can be adjusted.
And the main difference, like so the audience would know, what would you say is the main difference? Like obviously this is lined with silver, this is lined with white. This has a kill in it, so like you don't have a direct flash hitting
so
your subject.
The difference, this gives you soft, hard light.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And so this isn't just a silver lining. If you hold that,
Yeah, absolutely.
this has, we don't have enough time to go into angle of incidence and reflection, but you can see this has all these tiny little bumps in here. And so what happens is, because this isn't a flat head, this is diffused. So when this pops in here, so these are made to go together.
Yep.
And I'll bring this closer so you guys can see that. What happens is this light scatters, and when it hits this that scatters. And so you basically are diffusing and scattering the light all over the place. And so when it comes out of here, it is similar to a softbox.
Meaning you'll get light over here and over here.
You'll get it going all over the place. In fact, I have a grid that I throw in here almost always to keep the light
Just
from
to
going everywhere.
prevent it from spilling.
So before softboxes were softboxes, you would use a hard reflector like this. But this is one of my very favorite soft light reflectors, even though it's hard light. So you have to see it to understand it.
Yeah.
Whereas this, you're going to get soft light because of the coating and because the light pops in there, it's hitting all around.
Yeah.
Whereas if you had a flat front, like the newer Pro Photos, it basically has to bounce off this into this. And now the quality of light is totally different with the Pro head and the old acute heads than the newer. So the newer
see.
Pro Photo heads, you can get something that pops out. But even on Electron lights, you have this globe that comes out, a lot of studio strobes. So that's why I love these heads, even though they're 26 years old. The quality of light is so much superior in my mind than the brand new $3,000 Pro Photo lights. Sorry, I know Chris just bought some. He's like,
But
like,
on that note, though, they do sell the domes that you can put on there. And
Yeah.
those are on my list.
so you can get the domes. So the other thing that you might want to use for this is a 4x6 softbox. So Anero, can you come out here? So Anero is 5'4", right? And with the heels, you're like 5'7", 5'8". Okay, so stand right next to this. So that's how big this thing is. It's huge. So this is the softest of soft lights, and you can rotate it however you want. So those are your options. And then the other thing you can do with this thing is I can turn on this modeling light, so you can see how that's sort of soft. And then we can also control how bright or dim that modeling light is. So we have, it's similar to a,
Yep.
yeah, and you can turn it off.
So shooting at, what is your lens?
1.2. I've got it for
1.2.
you. You have your camera?
What focal length?
85.
85 1.2.
It's going to be,
So
I call it my magic lens.
Going to be tight, but that's
Yeah, and
okay.
for those of you at home who want to know what this is, and you can see how nasty this is also about 26 years old. It's an EF lens with an RF mount. So I don't usually buy lenses unless the ones I'm using die. So there you
Oh,
go.
you already have a converter on there?
Yeah.
Or let me take my converter off then.
I generally buy the best lenses I can, and then
Okay.
most of my lenses are over 25 years old. Yeah, so they're old. They're still alive, they're still working, they're still going. Okay, so the other thing, if you want to use this as a flash, I don't know if you do or not, let me show you how that works. Sorry, did I just kill you?
No.
When this thing turns on, so I'll turn off the power on this head. I think you're in front of the camera there, man. If I turn this on, it starts listening for a radio signal. And so I can push this button, and it'll start sending a signal to my flash. And hopefully, I haven't tried this in many years, it'll start working. And it has not started working. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe this isn't working anymore.
We'll use the modeling light.
So we'll use the modeling
That's
light.
the new rule on this shot is modeling light only.
Modeling light only, yeah. So I'm not sure why this isn't working, but normally it's turn it on and it just goes.
And by the way, there was a comment on the chat about next class.
Oh, there it goes.
Do something with minimal gear. So we're going to do that now, which is one light.
One light.
If you just have one light, doesn't matter what gear you have, just one light, there's your minimal gear.
Yeah.
So your request has been granted. We are now teaching a class on minimal gear, which is one light, one camera.
One light, one camera. All right, what modifier would you like?
Let's use the 4x6.
Of course.
Who wouldn't choose that?
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Yeah.
So while you're putting that on,
Thank you, Chris.
That kind of goes against the idea of minimal gear because this is not minimal, this is very big. However, if you just pound a light into a big white foam core and it bounces off the white foam core, which happens to be the same size, you're going to get a very large light.
Yep.
So you can do this with minimal gear just by going and buying a big, large white foam core. And if you paste it together or tape it together in the middle so that it makes a V, so you got two of them, then you got what's called a V flat, and you can pound the light into that, and you've got like a very directional big white foam core. So this is an expensive softbox, but you can replicate it with very inexpensive.
I also have a big translucent umbrella that's similar, and it's a fraction of the cost of this thing. By the way, this was my softbox for many years, and then when I left the United States to travel around the world on my motorcycle, I sold all my pro photo stuff to a friend of mine, and then he didn't use it, and when I came back 15 years later, he said, hey man, I'm remodeling my house, I've got all this stuff, do you want to come get it? I'll sell it to you for a fraction of the cost that he bought it for, and so I bought all my stuff back. So this was from 2007, I think, something like that. Okay, so probably for this, we're going to have to kill the video lights.
Yeah.
And then we'll be able to see. We'll be able to see what this looks like. Look at how soft that light is. Look at behind. So Anero, like move one of your legs just a little bit, like this. Look at the shadows on Anero's by her feet. See how that's just super soft? And watch what happens when I move this closer to her. See how those shadows change? When I move this farther away, how that changes? So you can change your quality of light by moving the light closer and farther away. The closer the light is, the softer the light is. The farther away the light is, the harder the light is. So if you want nice soft light, get close. Close, close, close wins the day. All right.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, sir.
Question is, if you can replicate a 4x6 softbox with a piece of...
I see it on the screen.
Yeah. Like, why would you buy that?
The reason to buy something like this is control. So with the softbox like this, you can control the direction. We can get a totally different look by making it horizontal or vertical, moving it closer, farther away. We can control the spill of this on the background. We can put grids on this. We can do all kinds of stuff to be very, very specific about how that light behaves. If you have a wall that you're bouncing off, you just don't have that kind of control.
Right, it just spills everywhere.
It just goes everywhere. This, right. It's very, very specific. Yeah. All right.
Okay, let me start by raising this up just a little bit. Right about there should be good. And what I want is, I actually want to point it at the wall a little bit more. There we go. And an arrow. I'm going to have you stand right about here for me. I just want to see, yep. Okay, and Mark, let's turn it towards me just a little bit. So we're going to feather it a little bit. Right there, it's perfect, good.
This you can't do with a wall, right? You can't like just feather it and move it.
Yeah. So, and for those not familiar with the expression feathering, when we think about feathering, the brightest part of the light is going to be that center mass of the light, right? The edge of the softbox is right here, so it's actually right behind her shoulder, but you can still see we are getting illumination down the bridge of her nose. So the light is bouncing off, and we're still getting some light feathering.
So we got this angle here, we can sort of see that on this side here.
There we go. So even though the softbox is not pointing at her, we are still getting the light feathering just a bit. So I want you looking towards Mark's direction. I want the chin up for me just a bit. I want you to soften the lips just slightly. Good, just like that. All right, let's just see how that pops through.
The other interesting thing that's happening is because you're feathering the light on her, the background is getting lit by the softbox as opposed to her. So the background is getting a nice wash of light, and she's getting the feathered light. So that's that control that Mark was talking about.
That catch light in the eye is dreamy AF. So I am just focusing just on the eye closest to the camera. There we go, just like that. All right. And to get this shot, so what I did, you'll notice right away the shot is a lot cooler than the previous shot. What I did is in camera, I adjusted my white balance setting. I was at, I don't remember what I was at in the last one. I think I was at around 44, 4200. But because we're using the modeling light as opposed to a strobe, it just felt very warm to me. So to adjust for that in camera, I adjusted my Kelvin setting to 3000. And I'm looking at this and my feeling is that's now too cold. I pushed that too far. I like everything else. I like
I like it. I don't think it's too cold. I think it looks great.
You like that?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's real soft. Like it makes her pink shirt very muted.
It still
pink.
keeps the tones in the pink?
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
All right, let's...
And I like the fact that you're sticking to your compositional requirement. So good job for you.
I feel like I'm losing just a little bit of detail. So all I'm gonna, at 1.8, so all I'm gonna do, or sorry, I'm at 1.2, ISO 400. So instead of shooting at 1/60th of a second, I'm just gonna shoot at 1/80th of a second. So we're just going to just try to expose for those highlights a little bit more. There we go. Ooh, and I kind of like, look to the right for me just a bit. There we go, good. Let's see how those popped out. Yes. I'm just going to have you step half a step towards the back, right there, perfect. So all I'm going to try to do is just get a little more light onto both of her eyes as opposed to just the one. There we go, perfect. And even though your face is turned that way, look right in camera, right there, good. Let's take a look at that. Love that. Same face position, but you're looking this way right in here. Good, bring your eyes right here, perfect, just like that. Soften the mouth for me just a bit, good.
So we do have a question. This is so cool, why didn't I know about this stream before? So if you have not, make sure that you turn on notifications on YouTube. Also, we're doing these, so CreativeLive is alive again. I'm gonna get back here so you can see me. Can you see me now? Sort of see me now? Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so just the voice from the abyss. There we go.
I just came out of the darkness there.
Yeah, so CreativeLive for a number of years did not do live. We are now doing live again. This is the first in a series of this show called the Shoot Along Show, where we're having you follow along with us. I forgot to mention there is a hashtag called Shoot Along Live. So post your stuff on Instagram, on Facebook, on all your socials. Use that hashtag. Later on, we're going to be looking and trying to find everybody's photos so we can give you feedback and critiques. We want you to try some of the stuff that we're doing here in the studio, in your own home, in your own studio, wherever you are. And we really want you to do this in groups. So if you're a member of a photo club, a member of a class at high school or college, get together with your fellow photographers and try these games and things that we're doing in your specific location. Okay, that's the end of the ad. You want to go back to it?
Yeah,
okay.
Let's take
Give us one final.
Do you have any tool, like any fabric?
I do have tool.
I know where some is. I saw some.
Because we're talking about shallow depth of field, and we can't see the shallow depth of field. So we're gonna spice it up. We're gonna spice it up.
Spice it up.
Spice it. Okay, I'm gonna be back here. Oh, we need some color in this, but
we have a black one.
Oh, let's do the black one. All right, I need your help.
Well, you didn't say black.
Yeah,
let's combine them.
We literally picked these up yesterday.
Hop over
for
the other side there.
The CreativeLive session we did
over
yesterday.
There. Okay, we're gonna put this behind her.
You gotta go high because he's got to do a tall shot. Remember?
Yep.
Okay, I'm as tall as I can. We're just gonna add some.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna shift all of you this way here, just like that. And now let me have you stand right here again, just like that.
And then are we high
I'm
enough?
gonna remove the restriction. Do whatever composition you want.
All right.
Okay.
We're breaking our own rules.
I'm coming in right here.
He's relieved.
I'm gonna move this.
There we go.
Yeah, so you can actually see how that.
Bring your eyes right here for me. There, perfect.
Yeah, the background is much more interesting rather than flat, which is why I actually prefer not shooting on a cyc because it is so flat.
Yeah.
So I love textures in the background.
I'm just going to rotate this back towards you a little bit more, just to illuminate a little bit more of your face. Still keep your chin this way, but eyes right here. There we go, perfect. There it is.
There it is.
Nice. Pretty.
Oh, one more. Oh, okay, now it's good.
Okay.
I thought you were blinking. I thought you got some blinks.
No, we
All
got
right, one
that.
last shot and lights are coming on.
Would you like to try it with the Magnum reflector? I think you should.
You should.
You feel like we should?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like,
All right,
I
here
feel
we
like
go.
we have
I think
to
we
now.
should.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Mark,
Yeah.
this is gonna. Ready?
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
I just didn't want to burn anything because
Yeah.
that gets hot.
And while you're setting this up, people are wondering if they can tag on Blue Sky, Instagram, what social media.
Any social media.
Just hashtag it.
Hashtag it. And then, all right, let's kill the that light.
Okay, so we
Now you're-
added the Magnum reflector on,
I'm going to throw this up.
and you
down.
have a grid in there. What degree grid? Looks like
It's-
a 10?
10?
Yeah, it's about a 10. Yeah, yeah.
Actually, it might be a 20.
It looks, and look what it does to the cheekbones. See those cheekbones?
Yeah, no, you're going to be blind.
It's blind. I can turn, well, I can turn it down. I can make it a little bit less.
I'm just, so actually that could be perfect right there, yeah. So let me adjust for that.
Yeah, I can turn the intensity down.
Let me just see how that pops for us. And I need to, actually, if you could turn it down more, because I'm shooting at
Yep.
1/500th of a second. It's a little too much for me.
How about that?
All right.
A star on stage.
So
Anero.
it's important to recognize what's happened to the light, and it's just because not only has the light gotten smaller,
trim this way
but
here.
it's no longer a big white flat fabric that's like light on the right side is going
There
to
we
the
go.
left, and light
All
on the
right,
left
I'm
side
gonna
is
tight.
filling in the shadows on the right. It's all directional because of the reflector and because of the grid. The light can't spread, so it can't fill in its own
There we go.
shadow.
Right.
So it becomes very, very harsh.
I like the quick
Isn't it
fall
cool?
off of light.
And then let's try one more thing. So we're going to change, let's have you stand in the same spot.
Right here?
Where you
Yep.
just shot.
Yep,
Okay. Now, take this shot.
right here, okay.
Yep. So this is side light. So
Uh-huh.
we've got some side light coming in here. Watch what happens. All I'm going to do is move this.
So we've not changed the distance from the light to the subject. All we've changed is the direction.
That's right. And then I'm going to add what's called vertical contrast. So what I'm doing is I'm going to raise the light. Okay, now shoot that.
I mean, completely different feel.
Completely different. And in fact, try to look an arrow straight toward the camera. Like, yeah, there you
right
go.
there, good.
Because what we're looking at is how this light sculpts her cheekbones. We should have a shadow underneath her cheeks. Yeah, see what's happening there on her cheekbone there? We're getting that really amazing look. And then we have that shadow underneath her chin.
Love that.
And that's why I love this.
Can we raise
soft-
that up another few inches?
We can, but we can't.
Or even just,
I'm going to have to lower it down, and it's hitting this little thing here. So
I see.
Let me just fix that. Yep. So now we'll take this up. Take it up again. And there's a little trick. I'm going to show the trick to the audience, and then
Hold on, let me
do
turn
what
on
we're
the
doing.
light.
So let's go to the meter cam really fast.
how are your eyes?
So see how there's a point where all of a sudden the grid disappears?
Yep.
See that? So we're going to have an arrow look, and when I get it to the point where the grid is vanished, then we know it's in the right place. You can tell, like, that's not right, this isn't right. We want it right dead on. And so that's what we're going to be doing with
And that means
like
it's spot on to her
yeah,
eyes.
her eyes are like spot on, right? You got that? She's like, yeah, I got it. I got it. All right, I got to move this back over here. All right, so we can kill that light, Jared. And then, I think I made it too low,
Yeah, we'll just
about like that.
shift the angle a little bit. Right
That
there.
looks about right.
Yep.
Okay, is that
Yep.
high enough for you? This is going to change the contrast vertically, not horizontally, but vertically. So we'll see more contrast on her cheek. We'll see more contrast under her chin, but we might lose catch lights in her eyes, which we just did. We lost catch lights in her eyes.
Chin up just a bit for me. Good, right there. I like the chin turn this way here, there, perfect. Beautiful.
Great minds think alike. Yeah. All right, we're going to try one other thing here.
So we're bringing a reflector in as a backdrop.
Trying to, not as a, just to try to get something on her hair.
Oh, you're thinking like, yeah, just bounce some light back into her hair?
Yeah, I'm probably in the shot now. Just,
That's cool, though.
Yeah, you can't
It
tell
looks
what
like
it
a
is
metal wall,
because
actually.
it's so out of focus that
It gives it some depth. The problem with a shot in darkness with someone with dark hair is that you just lose
it just falls to nothing.
Yeah.
the volume of it. So it's good to have something in the background.
and then we're going to try one more thing, just because it's fun. Close your eyes.
Yeah, don't look right there. Don't look right there.
Okay, so now with the grid off, the light is still fairly, like it's going straight towards the subject, but it bounces off of the edges a little
Yeah.
bit. So it fills in a little bit more of its own shadows, but it's still very directional, but you can see how it's spread.
And it should give us a little bit more on the background
Oh.
behind her.
I'm going to open up just a bit. There we go.
Yeah, see how the background just changed? We got a gray instead
Yep.
of a black. This is what a great light modifier allows you to do. You can get many different looks from one modifier, and that's why they're worth finding and grabbing.
Hey, Mark, I got bad news. You're not getting this lens back. Sorry.
That's all right.
You know, the thing is, Mark, a lot of people, you don't need a ton of modifiers. You just need to find one that's versatile.
Yeah,
And if you find one that's versatile that works on your flash and it kind of can
And defines
cycle
your
between
style.
really tight, like for instance, a reflector with a grid and a sock over the top of it is a really versatile.
So versatile.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
now you've got a soft, larger light source than the actual flash itself, because you can put a sock over it, which is basically a big white translucent cover. Put a grid
Close
on
your
it;
eyes.
it'll be very directional, or you can just leave it open, and then you can pull it off, and you can just have 306 or 180 degrees of light. So that is a very versatile, and it's literally just one modifier.
yep.
That
So-
you modify.
Well, that's modified. Yeah, one modifier that is modified 3 different ways.
While we're here, we might as well see what this does. So this is a beauty dish, and you can see that it's just a big round light, and then you can see inside there how this, if it's straight on, you don't see the light, but the light is diffused inside this because of that glass dome.
And this is how you can tell if it works. Not beautiful, beautiful. That's it right there.
Sure. So I'm just going to stick this over here, and you can take the photo.
You know, the danger of a beauty dish like that, though, is if you don't have it directly pointed at the subject, then you'll have a harsh light, because if you turn it or if she moves,
Yeah.
then that little sliver of light that you were seeing when Mark was turning it can hit her and create, instead of this nice soft light,
Beautiful.
with soft
Bring the eyes
transitions
right in
between the
camera.
shadows,
Good, there.
you can get like a harsh nose shadow or something from that little sliver of light. So you
Right.
really have to make sure that you aim it directly at the subject.
I am so impressed with myself.
It's cool,
really,
isn't
but
it?
no. To be clear, with the ability of using a modeling light, which I think before today I would be so resistant to,
Yeah.
but just the modeling light in this head, and yet I'm creating shots that I'm really enjoying.
Yeah.
And that's, I think that's really cool. Like we're not even using the strobe and we're
right.
making something
Yeah,
fun.
and to the point of the comment that was made about like teaching a simple lighting course, again, a modifier like this, you can find, modifier like this you can find anywhere. It's going to be not quite as, beautiful. It's not going to be quite as versatile, but you can find things like this. The idea is, can I make I could make a bowl and put a light in it or something. Like there's so many things you can do. If you have absolutely no money, you can still find a light source and change it and modify it with something that gives you a little bit more reflection or allows you to put something over the top of it or a translucent umbrella.
I have a special presentation right now. Nobody knows this is coming.
Oh.
So Chris has to come out. So Ab Cisse right there. So Ab is one of my mentors. He's an amazing person. Check him out, Ab Cisse on YouTube. Ab works at Seikonic, and I worked with Seikonic for many years. And so they send me meters and stuff. I got too many meters. And I actually have this brand new in the box. This isn't the latest and greatest, but this right here, you guys can see this. This is an L758DR, one of my favorite meters in the world. I've got the 858. You need a meter. There you go. So,
Are you serious, man?
Yeah.
Oh, can I give you a hug?
Sure.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
So that actually came from Ab, though.
Ab, get out of here. Ab, thank you so much.
So yeah.
Wow, thank you. Thank you.
That was, I think I used this once when they first came out, and then I had a couple of different ones for different styles, and so that one has been waiting for you for about a year now.
Right
I
on.
remember you were
Yeah,
supposed to-
yeah.
So there you go.
Awesome.
Yeah, I almost
Wow.
forgot when I saw Ab. I'm like, oh yeah. So yeah,
Thank you.
there you go.
Thank you. Are you still going to do a demo with it right now?
Yeah, I will. We're going to do some demos
Okay,
later on.
okay, sweet.
All right, what's
Awesome.
our next?
Back on the
what
camera.
What are we doing next?
All right.
Next, we have, right now it's time for our deep dives.
Deep dives. All right.
So we had, first let's check to see if there are any questions online. I was going to do, what was mine? I was supposed to do
I don't know.
Polaroid? Polaroid.
Polaroid.
All right, we're going to save that
When
because,
you do your deep dive, make it a Polaroid.
okay.
Like the finished product, because that's
The
a
finish.
post-process
Yeah.
kind of thing.
So what we want to do now is we're going to spend the next 20 minutes or so. Jared is going to take a deep dive on a specific topic. Now these deep dives in the future, you can suggest them to us. And so you're going to talk about hard versus soft light. And so he's going to go for about 20 minutes. We're going to have time for questions and answers, things like that. And then after your deep dive, then I am going to do a deep dive on the inverse square law, which sounds so
Fun.
boring. It's so nerdy, but once you know how it works, it is amazing. So the nerdy version of that deep dive is called the inverse square law. The catchy clickbait is 50 Shades of White Wall, and so, or 50 Shades of Gray Wall. So I will show you how just changing the distance of your light from your subject, you can make this white wall. It doesn't matter if it's a white cyclorama or a white piece of paper, pure white all the way down to absolutely black and any shade in between. And this has an impact to shooting group photos. It has an impact to understanding how to get, well, the look that you want. So I'm killing time so you can set up. Do you
That's
need
right.
anything from me?
No, we're going to move this out of the way. I'm going to take your pack.
Oh, we almost bashed heads. Did you see that?
Yeah, ask some more
That was
questions.
so close.
Find some questions,
We
Mark.
almost had bloody heads. Blam. Yeah, so give us your questions, your comments, your requests. All this. How cool is that?
I have a question, Mark.
Okay, we have a question from Mr. Chris over here.
If you are someone watching and you don't have any lights and
No
you
lights.
want to practice this exact lesson, this exact deep dive, what should be your first light and your first modifier to give you that same versatility with creating and shaping different light?
All right, I'm going to give you the nerd answer first. The nerd answer is you can do what's called Rembrandt lighting, where you have, we're going to
I'm going to have you come up here. Stand, yeah, a little closer. There we go. So if we have light coming from the side, can you kill that light? Just on the side, there's a button that kills it. Yeah, switch. Switch. Boom. There we go. All right. So if you look here, you can see on this side of an aerospace, there's a little triangle of light. We have light coming in from this side. If we moved her a little bit, you can see how that changes the light on her face. If we move her toward the light, that changes. So, by the way, don't touch a model unless you have permission. So I already had pre-permission. I should say that. But you can do that with a window in your house. And so if you're in the northern hemisphere, you have a window that's in the northern side of your house, and the sun is going to the southern side, it gives you nice soft light naturally. And you can put somebody close to a window, move them around to play with that type of light. You can get some diffusion to put over that window. You can use like some translucent curtains, something like that. So you probably already have a light where you live. It's just called a window. That is, or shade. If you get to a shady area, anything that has an overhang and you're in shade and you're next to bright light, that's called open shade. Try that, because that is directional light and you can do those things. From there, and you want to have some type of light to start with, I highly recommend getting a speed light. So the Godox V100 is my go-to speed light. I think it's $150, $200 with a transmitter that you can use, something like that, and an umbrella. So an umbrella is going to give you nice soft light, and without that, you can get some directional light. And then those little speed lights have all kinds of modifiers that are magnetic that are like $50, something like that. So you can get these entire kits of modifiers and lights and everything for less than $300. And it works with Sony and Canon and Nikon and I believe Fujifilm. I'm pretty sure. Ab, who, I don't know if you're still watching, he works with Godox a lot. He can maybe help us out there. But that's what I would start with. And then if you want to get into more higher end equipment, then go to WPPI, go to Imaging USA, go to Texas School, go to one of the large photo shows, go to the different booths, try different things, go to the shootouts, go on photo walks, get some experience and try to borrow or assist and see what's right for you before you spend a lot of money. And if you just want to spend a lot of money and get the best in the business, then get Profoto lighting. Nothing to see over there. We didn't just see a hard drive go flying across the floor. Glad it wasn't my hard drive. Okay, any other questions that we have online? All right, Ab is here. He's the OG. So Ab, by the way, Ab Cisse, A-B-S-E-S, well, you can see it. So let's leave that up there for a second. Go on YouTube and search, after we're done, search Ab Cisse. One of the things that Ab just did that I think is phenomenal, he's now releasing these lighting guides that show you how to do lighting setups with constant light. That's his first one with constant light. With 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, and up to 6 lights with a diagram and with all kinds of tips and stuff. So if you go on YouTube, you can find that video. There's a link in the description of the video. You can download that lighting guide for free, and then you can try it out for yourself. Ab is also going to be on CreativeLive later this year. He's really busy right now, but he is one of the instructors that we're talking to come on. And maybe Ab, we can do this in New York City. That would be really fun. Okay, Jared, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to stop talking, and Jared, take it away. There's a chair there.
Yes. I wanted you to fall onto it. Okay, so we're going to have you take a seat. Yes, relax. So you're going to favor this direction. I'm going to be here. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to do just a seated shot. She's going to look like she's in the makeup chair or whatever. Like I said, I'm an environmental portrait artist, so I prefer to have existing backgrounds as opposed to like a psych or something like that. So I'm actually going to shoot with the background of the studio in the shot. And there's a whole bunch of stuff over there, and there's a cool cement wall. And I'm going to start building the shot from the dramatic background forward. So the first thing that we're going to do is not light her, we're going to light the background. And then we're going to come forward. And then we're going to have her lit with hard light. And then we'll show you what happens when we alter that and change it to a soft light situation. So you just do what you're doing. It's perfect, okay? So I am actually shooting this with a longer lens. So I'm at a 70-200. And fortunately for me, I get to go down to f2.8 now. So I'm pretty excited about that. So let me turn on the camera. And I'm just going to take a shot with no light whatsoever so that I can see what the ambient situation is like. Because if you spin over there, you'll see that there's a light in the background. And that's not a flash. That's just a constant light source that's sitting over there in the corner. I turned it on, just to be fair. But I thought it was cool little studio element. It's just adding a little bit of ambient light back there. But I'm going to keep that in mind. At the same time, I'm keeping in mind the amount of light that's available here in the studio itself. So I want to make sure that the studio light is not too much for my photograph. So that's the first thing I want to do is take a shot. And I'm at a 70 millimeters right now. Okay, so why don't you look over this direction? And I'm going to I'm at 200th of a second at 125 ISO at 2.8. Take a look at that. You can see that my light in the background is coming into picture. It looks good. I can see a little bit of that door in the background, but I can't really see anything else back there. So what I've done is I've employed two lights in the background just to kind of add some ambient light. The first light, so I'm turning on my ProPhoto communicating device, which is called the ProPhoto Connect Pro, and I'm turning off the A light, which is this light. So the light that's primary on the subject is always A. The light that comes on the background is always B. The light that comes back towards the camera is always C. And I'm turning all these lights off so that I can build them in for you. So my D light is just kind of a general wash of light over there. And I'm turning that way down. So it's going to be at like a power of 3. And then I'm just going to take a shot and see what I get in the background. See if I get some light. Did that go off? Hold on. Let's see if it goes off. Yeah, it went off, but it's really low. So I'm going to go to 6. There we go. Okay, I'm starting to get, you can see that there was complete darkness in there, and now, do you see how you're starting to get a little hint of light? I just want it to show that there is a background back there. So I'm going to go up to 8, and that's going to give me 2 stops more light. There. Okay, so now you can see that I've got like this general amount of light on there. That looks pretty good. And I'm getting the light from the background light, that constant light source. And I've got the back light on the wall. But now I want something a little bit more dramatic back there. So what I have is another light that's really close to the wall. And it has a tiny little magnum reflector. And by the way, all of these lights are actually what's called a ProPhoto A2. So they're tiny. They're the size of a Coke can. See that? They're tiny. And I can put all 4 of these lights in my bag with all of my cameras, and I can just take them. So if I didn't need stands, I would just need one bag, and that's all I would need. So I love how small they are, and they're still powerful enough to do all of this. Okay, so I'm turning on another one, but this one has a tiny little magnum reflector and a grid on it. So all the light is raking across that wall because it's really close to the wall. And it's got an orange filter, a CTO on it, so that it'll have kind of a warm effect coming across it. So I'm turning on that light, which is my my B light. Remember, the B is for background. And I'm at 6 right now. That's probably going to be too much, so I'm going to go to 5 power, and I'm going to take another shot. So you notice that I'm just building this thing in. There we go. So we're starting to get a little bit of a warm, see that light coming in? So here, go back to it. See that light coming in? And I really like the reflection of that garage door, so I'm leaving that in. I'm loving this. So, this is funny. Thank you. Glad you're seeing inside my head. My brain is a mess, so I'm glad you like it.
That's what happens when you're translucent.
That is, I am translucent. Okay, so I've got background, I think, pretty settled. I like how dark and brooding it is, but you notice that she is way too dark at this point. And so I need to somehow separate her hair from the background. And so for that, you can see that I've got a light over here. If you go to the wide, right here, it's another A2, but it's got a gridded softbox, okay? So I actually love a hair light that instead of a small light, you know, most people put a light with just like a reflector on it as the hair light. But I love a tiny softbox with a grid on it because it sends all the light this way. It doesn't spill anywhere, but it's soft enough that it covers more of the head, and it's softer transition over the shoulders, softer transition, especially on a head like mine. So it just gives you a nicer look as a hair light. So that's what I've got here, and I'm just gonna make sure that it's pointed at her. Can you look here and tell me when that thing is really pointed at you? Is it? That's pretty good. How about up and down? It needs to come down? Okay, so like that? Okay, so now I've got that pointing at her head, and that's going to be my C light, which is anything that's coming back towards the camera. So I'm going to turn that one on, and I'm actually going to lower that down to, say, power of 4. So remember, I've got a 6 power on the, wait, do I have 6 power? No, I have an 8 power on the light that's just spilling over there. I've got a 5 power on the light that's raking across the wall, and this one's got a 4 power. So I'm getting lower in power, partially because the lights are getting closer to her, and partially because I just want to make sure that she's lit in a softer way than the background. Okay, so here we go. Take another shot. Okay, now I should see a separation. Well, I didn't get quite a separation. So we're going to take that C light, and we're going to raise it up to 6, where it was originally. And let's see if I get something better out of that. Okay, now you're starting to see, here's before, it was more of a silhouette of her hair. And then here's after, you're starting to see the edge of the hair as you, let me zoom in here. See, you're starting to see the brown of the hair. It's still dark here, but you're starting to see it there. I think I could go one more stop increase, so to 7. And then I'm going to take that shot, and this is probably going to be just right. There we go. Yeah, that's just right. So I've got plenty of detail in the hair. I've got kind of that warmth coming from the hair, so it's perfect. What was that question? With film, I can't look at the photo, so I have to know what to... Okay, that's a really good question. If you're just shooting film, that's why you need a light meter. So if you're shooting film and you want to see all of this, all you're going to do is put your light meter at the sources. So you would go to the direct light source that's coming back, and you would meter that for how much light is coming back towards us. And then you would go to the wall and you would meter that and say, how much is that flash giving me on the wall? And just make sure that if it tells you, let's say it tells you you need to be at F4, but you don't want it to be middle gray, you want it to be darker, that means you need to be at F5.6 in order for it to be darker than middle gray. And then if you meter the flash that's raking across the wall in the hot spot, then you're going to meter that and say, okay, what's the hot spot? Oh, that's, F16. Okay, I need to turn that way down. So you're just going to meter each source. And when you meter her hair, you're just going to meter right here so that you know exactly what kind of light is hitting right here, and you're going to meter for that. And then you're going to meter this one, which we're going to turn on now. So we're going to turn on the A light, and the A light has a very special light source modifier on it. It's called a Fresnel lens. And this is a tiny little Fresnel lens. Look at that. It's just little. It's the size of the A2, so it's going to be pretty harsh because it's so small. It's not a big Fresnel, it's tiny, but it's got that pattern on it. See that circular pattern there? It really focuses the light. It's a beautiful lens. I'm just popping it onto the flash itself, and then I'm raising it up. Okay, do me a favor and look up here. Tell me when that's looking at you. Got to come down? It's good like that? Is it pointed at you, or does it need to come down? A little bit. Okay, so I'm just going to bring this down just a tad. There you go. Like that? Is that good? All right. So we'll see where it lands. Okay, this is where you're going to start to shine. So we're actually going to get a light on her. It's going to be a very Hollywood kind of feel to it, which is great because she's in a kind of Hollywood chair. And so now we're going to start to see the actual photograph take shape. Remember, I've already got my composition. I've already got my background. All I'm concerned about now is her. So that's great. I love the chin down. Let me make sure I've got my light first. See, it's way over the top, too bright. So I'm at 8.5 in power, way too much. So I'm going to just drop that down to about 5. So I really went down in power. We're going to take it again. Perfect. And I want you to notice something, that when you take this shot, notice that I didn't take a bunch of shots. I took one shot. I was just metering. That's what I was doing, is I was metering for the shot. Don't go and take a whole bunch of shots and then find out, oh, the flash isn't ready yet. Take one shot, dial in the light, take the next shot, dial in the light, and once you have it, now nothing has to change. Everything's perfect, and we just go hog wild at this point. You ready? Okay, it's time to go. All right, this is it. Okay, nice. Make sure you don't move your head too much because that light's going to be pretty targeted. So if you look at the light, if she moves, you'll see it kind of fluctuate and it'll get brighter and darker. So somewhere in that area is good, but don't go crazy off to the side, okay? All right, here we go. Every time that light goes, give me something different. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Nice. Like it. Lean into me. Like, lean on that arm and, yeah, there we go. That's good. Like it. Good. Nice. That's perfect. I like the chin down. Good. Give me that chin down. There you go. Right there. Chin down. Chin down. Good. There. Good. Good. Okay. So we have a really cool shot that we've designed. I love it. That's pretty cool, right? Okay. So that's just building the light from the background forward. So we're starting at the back. We design the drama. And then the drama usually causes a problem with the model. And then we solve for the model. But that's the last thing that we do. Okay, now we're going to compare what happens when we change this setup to be a soft light. So show us that hard light. And then I'm going to change this light to a soft light by simply adding an umbrella and a diffuser. So we're going to make this really big. What do we got? Do you separately adjust the sheen of her shirt fabric, and does that happen? Oh, so the sheen of her shirt is quite, it's going to glare a lot, and there's going to be a lot of specular highlights in it. So if you don't want that, you just need to have her wear a pink shirt that doesn't have a sheen to it. But you'll see that like in a wedding dress. You know, like if it's a very shiny wedding dress, then you just have to be very aware of it and just meter for the brightest part, right? So as long as you meter for the dress, you should be okay for the crests and the highlights. However, a hard light's going to give you much worse shine than a soft light is. Okay, so this is one of these huge umbrellas. See how big that is? That's really big. Okay, So you can get this is a Pro Photo extra large, but you can also get like, I think, who sells the 7 foot? This one's not quite 7 feet. I think it's, you've got one. Okay, so there's a 7 foot by somebody. Westcott. So Westcott sells a 7 foot and it's huge. Yeah, so, no, I'm good. So Westcott sells a 7 foot one, which is awesome. And I think it's only like $150 or $180 or something. So it's pretty inexpensive.
Super
and
inexpensive.
It creates great light. So a large light. Did you see how I put that on? That was pretty cool, right? You're all excited about that. So I didn't have to like try and put it over the top and keep spinning it around. Put it in while it's collapsed and then and it opens up. Okay, so I'm going to put this onto my light here. Now this is a reflecting umbrella, so we have to spin our light around. So I'm going to just turn this around like this, and it's probably going to block the #1 camera there. Okay, so can you see me? Everybody okay? Good? All right. So it's also blocking this light over here. Don't turn that one on because we don't know what it'll do. Because remember, we set up this shot. Okay, so this right now is at 5, okay? But once I trigger it, it's going to use whatever the settings are on my camera, which is 5. And as I shoot, this might be too little because it's reflecting and going through a modifier as opposed to direct light. And I also have to make sure that the light is going into the umbrella. Right now it's not. Okay. Let me just cinch this up. Okay, so this is going to be vastly different because it's such a large light source. Okay, here we go. I'm going to increase this from 5 to 6.5 just to start, because I know it's going to have to come up a little bit. All right, here we go. Do you see that? The background's the same. She's got really beautiful soft light on her, but it's too dark. Okay? I told you it was going to be dark, but I didn't know how dark. So I went up another 2 stops. So I'm at 8.5 in power. There we go. Now we've got a really good light. And in a second, let's just take a couple, and then we're going to compare the two. Okay, so give me that same kind of look. Nice. Lean into me a little bit. There you go. Good. 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 Show me that you mean business. You're the director. Good. Nice. There. Just like that. Good. Lips together. Right there. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare 2 of these shots. So let me go to the grid, and we're just going to find an original shot from... Okay, so this is there. So there's a harsh light, and then I'm going to go and find our soft light, and we're going to compare those two. There you go. Do you see the difference? Let's zoom into those so that you can really see the difference. Oops, let me compare them. Do you see the difference? Hard light, soft light. But notice that nothing changed in my background at all. The only thing that changed is the one light source that is either soft or hard on the subject. The background, I can use hard and soft light all day long, and it doesn't really matter which one I use because I'm just creating drama. And so a wall can handle a really harsh, ugly light source, but a person sometimes needs a softer light source. And now, remember, if I want it to be super soft, this almost 7-foot softbox is amazing for that. But I'm going to move this out of the way so that we can actually see. So a 7-foot softbox does a great job at creating that really soft transition because the light over on the right-hand side and the light over on the left-hand side are covering each other's shadows. There's a direction because it's in an umbrella. It's not a shoot-through. It's a reflective umbrella, so it's kind of cradling the light and forcing it this way, but the light on the right side and the light on the left side are covering each other's shadows. That's why you have such a soft transition, because it's kind of bouncing around everywhere. And so we've got a directional light that bounces a bit and crosses, and that's why we get that super soft light. If you do a shoot-through umbrella, it becomes even more spread out because it's bouncing everywhere, all right? And then we can kind of toy with that, and it's just the same light. All we need is a little Fresnel lens, or maybe a reflector would work too, and then a big light source. And you can play with this too. If you just took a reflector, let's say you had a 5-inch reflector, and you put it this close to her, so it's fairly big in comparison to her, and then you just threw a sock on it, that would severely change the way that shot looked. It would be hard and then soft. So that's a deep dive into hard and soft light.
Two high fives on that one.
Good.
I hope my
Awesome.
big. All right, Jared has kids, and he has to go and actually do dad stuff.
Yes.
So he is going to be leaving us at this point.
What time is it?
It's about 3:30, so you got
Oh,
enough
I'm
time to
good.
pack.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
you're still good.
Awesome.
He's like, oh, I know you have to get.
I appreciate
Is it baseball today? No.
No, it's a 16th birthday party.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's a,
Quinceañera plus one.
that's right.
So, yeah, so if you have words of thanks for Jared or any questions, he's going to be around for another 10 minutes or so. Get those in right away. So what we're going to do next, you can go
Awesome.
take a
Thank
break
you,
for
everyone.
like 5 minutes if you need that. And yeah, change whatever you like. It doesn't matter on this one. We are going to do a little bit of resets on this. So Chris is going to help me do this. If you can grab this out of the way, Chris. And then I am going to go grab my laptop. This is a perfect time for any kind of questions. If you have any kind of questions, let us know. And then also, I just checked to see if we have some shoot along live photos, and I didn't see any. So I checked Instagram and I checked Facebook, but I didn't see any posts. So if you have, and I missed it, let me know, because we want to make sure we have time to help you out with your stuff. Is there a power outlet over here? There is. Okay, so let's grab that. Grab it. And James, maybe you can help me with like the HDMI and all that kind of stuff so we can just move this along. We have great explanation. Thanks, Mr. Jared. So we got that. And then I'm going to see if my laptop is very old. Use that shoot along live to post. If you're watching this later, if you're not watching this live, still post your stuff. Also tag CreativeLive if you're on Instagram or other socials, because we want to know who you are and we want to bring you into the family, the CreativeLive family. We're going to be doing these live fun and game stuff. We're going to be doing some more in-depth classes. We're going to do all kinds of stuff on the YouTube channel in addition to our for purchase only and subscriber stuff that we have on the CreativeLive website. So we're going to mix it up a little bit. If you haven't seen all the new classes on CreativeLive, go to creativelive.com, and there are all kinds of things. We've done, Anna Brandt is doing a series on newborn photography. We've got maternity stuff coming up. We've got a lot of wedding photographers doing wedding photography workflow, post-processing. James has done a couple of Creative Lives on photographing athletes and freezing motion and things like that. I've done some stuff on small home studio flash. We've got things coming up. We have our first ever full-on Spanish language class. It's not teaching Spanish, but it's being taught in Spanish by Humberto Abed from Mexico City, and he's going to be doing an episode on quinceañeras and then one on weddings. And so, how do you say wedding in Spanish? Just moda? Is that right? Enero, how do you say that?
Say what?
Wedding. I think it's moda. No? Okay.
Una boda.
What moda? That's what I said.
Boda.
Boda, with a B. Boda. There we go. Thank you, Bruce. So he's going to do some boda stuff because weddings in Latin America are not the same as weddings in the United States. And okay, so I'm going to make sure that I can see this. Is this mirroring? Can you see this on the screen? Is my computer mirroring? No, it is not. Okay, let me do that. Mirror for built-in display. Dong, dong, dong. Stop mirroring. And then mirror. How about now? No? Yes or no? No. All right, we're going to take your questions while I figure this out. How odd that this is. Oh, I know what the problem is. It's my little adapter. Does anybody have a different adapter to? I'm going to throw this to you. Nice catch. It's right here underneath the TV. Right there. Is that it? Oh. Yeah, let's see if this fixes it.
Do you want this 4s on, Mark?
Yeah, that'd be great. All right. Sorry about that. This says it's mirroring, but it's not. How about now? How about now? Now it's there. Okay. Have you turned it off and back on again? That's great. Okay, before you show my screen, I need to pop up my one more application here. Okay, we're going to talk about the inverse square law, and it is one of those concepts that sounds very, very complicated, and it can be, but I'm going to simplify it for you. And so I have a little presentation here. The inverse square law. Oh man, that's the wrong thing. You're seeing my presenter's notes. That's crazy. All right. I don't know how to make that not show like that. Let's see. Slideshow. Presenter view. No. Any other questions while I'm doing this? Or does anybody know how to make this? Well, I don't want to play from start because it will. It's showing the wrong screen. How about this? How about this? How about that? Do you just see the My goodness.
Go to.
Wait, what's that use slideshow up at the top?
Oh, you're not in Keynote.
There it is.
There we go. Yeah, okay. Now we're rocking and rolling. I told you we'd make mistakes. So the inverse square law. So stick with me here. In physics, an inverse square law is any physical law stating that a specific physical quantity or strength is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the source of that physical quantity. So come back to me. That is the most confusing explanation I've ever seen for the inverse square law. And if you read a book, that is sort of what it is telling you. So what does it actually mean and why do we care? So I have a little graph here. And if you look at this, on the bottom of the graph, we have feet. Okay, it could be meters, feet, doesn't matter. So we have 1 foot. If we go to 2 feet, and we square 2. 2 squared is 4, and so 1/4 is the inversely proportional number for 2 feet. If you're not a math person, I'm not either. Just trust me. So what happens is, when we go from 1 feet, we have full power. At 2 feet, that power drops to 1/4 power. At 4 feet, it's 1/16. And as we go, the power is dropping off from our light considerably. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to switch these to percentages. That will make it a little bit more easy to understand. So at 1 foot, we have 100% of the power. At 2 feet, boom, we've lost 75% of the power output of our light. And then as we get to about 4 feet all the way to 10 feet, there's only about 5% difference between 4 feet and 10 feet. So if we plotted that on a graph, you could see that we have this cliff that happens. When we have a light that's really close to somebody, and we're exposed correctly for that thing, anything behind them is just dark. So come back to me for just a second. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this into practice. So an arrow is going to come out here, and I'm going to show you how this works. In fact, if we can bring that out. So where is an arrow? She's around. We're going to use you. Okay. So what is happening? Yeah, perfect angle for this. Okay. So stay on that angle right there, that sky cam. It's perfect. If I have my light really close to James, okay, really close right here, we are about a foot away. Between here and here, that's about a foot. And so at 100% right here, that light goes boom, and it drops off. So way over here, the output of the light is really, really low. And so if I put my light close like this, anything over here behind him is going to be dark. But, Chris, come out here for a second. I'm going to move you back, move you back, move you back, move you back. There we go. There we go. So I'm going to keep moving you back right there. Stay right there. And then, Chris, I'm going to move you about right there. Let's say we're shooting a group of people by having nothing to see over there. By having the light far away from our subject, so we're really far away. What's going to happen is the light, the power is going to drop off right here. Shoom! It's going to take that cliff. And then it's going to even out. And so the amount of light that's hitting Chris here is pretty much the same amount of light that is hitting Jason right here. Or Jason. I always want to call you the superstar. So you are. Even if we move up this way, then even though we have like 6 feet between James, not Jason, and Chris, we still will have similar exposures between those. And so the more you are far, the quicker the light quantity drops. Yes, in fact, that is a perfect segue to this graphic. So what's happening is if you have a point source of light, so S, that's the sun, a point source of light, anything that's round, like a light bulb, something like that, as the light is traveling, R is that first point, 100%. When it gets to that second part, see the photons are now spread out to 4 different places, and when it gets to the third part, now they're at 9 different places. And so physically what's happening is light is traveling in a sphere. So we can come back to me. So the sphere, what's happening is as light is traveling, less and less of that light is hitting your subject because it's over here, up here, over there. If I want all of that light, I can go like this. It's very close. And then what's going to happen is I have to really close down my aperture because this is so bright here and it's so not bright over here that we're going to have this fall off. And so that is the inverse square law. What we need to do is put it into practice. And thank you guys very much. And Nero is around here somewhere, right? She will come out in a second. So the point is, what if we have a seamless white background or a, here she comes. So if you have a seamless white like this, what if I want that to be gray, or I want it to be black, or I want it to be white? The distance between the light and the background and the subject is really going to matter. Okay, so Anero, come on out here, and we are going to try this. She needs 1 second. Now, I forgot to tell her not to wear complete black for this demo, but it'll still work. It'll still work. If we rewind, I said, I think the quote is, put on whatever you want, anything will work. So that's on me. We have physical evidence of me saying that. So, in fact, I think, let's shoot this way. Can we see that wall? That wall over there? Do we have a camera angle that shows this?
Now we do. Thank you.
This wall over here? Do we? Yeah. Maybe we can split the difference with camera 2. Okay, so come right here, Anero. And, I need an outlet. Can you get me something for this? And just to prove that I'm not a pro photo snob, I'm going to be using my Elechrome lights. And yeah, so I'm going to put this over here. You'll see. You're going to fade into the background. She's going to fade away for some of these demos. That's okay. That is all right. Okay, so we have an arrow right here, and then way back over here, we have a wall. I don't know if you, can you see that there's a wall back there? I think so. All right. Let's do this. I'm going to tether my camera into Evoto. I could use Lightroom or anything I want, but Evoto just works so fast. So that's what we're going to be doing here. Plunk, plunk, plunk. All right. So we're there. Tethered shooting. Turn this on. All right. So I'm shooting in manual mode. I am shooting at 1/200th of a second, and I'll shoot around f10 because we have a lot of ambient light here. So if you're looking on the computer, you can see over here on the right-hand side, you can just see what my settings are as I'm changing those. So if I forget to tell you what they are, just look over here and you can see those. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is turn on my flash. Turn this guy on. There it goes. And once that is on, I am going to turn on my remote. And then this guy is going to communicate with that guy. And hopefully, if everything works, it will fire the flash. Doo, doo, doo. There it goes. Okay. And it's in full manual mode. All right. So, Anero, let's have you turn and face this way. And then come over here just a little bit. There we go. Yeah. Can you put your hair on the other side of your face? Yeah, that's good. That's good. All right. So this is really, really close. I don't know if you can tell how close this is, but this is about 1.5 feet, something like that. Really, really close. And so I want to meter this for about f10. Now, why f10? Well, I think f10 is going to eliminate the ambient light. So I can test that by just shooting without a flash. So I took the transmitter off. I'm going to take a photo. And when it comes in here, you can see it is totally black. So there's no ambient light bleeding into this shot. So if I meter this at f10, I should be just fine. Okay, so I'm going to get this light meter. And I'm going to meter toward the light. And oh, look at that. I'm so close. So you can see here, this is f9. So I have put in my shutter speed, my ISO, and the meter is going to tell me the aperture value. So I'm at f9. That means the flash needs to be a tiny bit brighter. So I'm going to take it up by about a half stop. I'm going to meter again. And now I am at f10. That's where I want to be. f10.2. So if I had the ability to do tenths of a stop, I would maybe take that down. But for this, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so remember, what we did here is we have the light really close to an arrow. So this is 100%, right where she is. And then, boom, it's going to fall off. In fact, James, can you hop over here? Yep. Can you stand right here? Just stand right here. So James is highly reflective. Let's see what happens if we shoot this. And I'm not doing any kind of composition. I'm not trying to make a fancy photo. We're just trying to see what happens when we take this shot. So when we take this shot, we see an arrow. And you can see on my computer screen, I can see just a hint, just a tiny hint. The Essence of James. That's one of the greatest bands of the 90s. Lots of experimental jazz. It's really cool. And so hop out of there just for a second. So with something like this, if I wanted to have that high key look, in fact, I'm going to I'm going to say I think my meter is a little bit off, so I'm going to shoot at f11. So if I come in here and I shoot underneath this, bammo, look right at me one more time, bammo. Okay, so we're getting that look where we have an arrow and the background is completely dark. And in post-production, I could just tell the shadows or the blacks to go to complete darkness. But you can see right out of the camera, we've already got that. Okay, now what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you stand right here, just right there. We are now at about 6 feet. So my arms are, yeah, come half a step forward. So this is 6 feet. My arms are 6 feet. So now what I'm going to do is I can meter the light one more time, right here. It meters at 3.6. So I'm going to shoot this in 2 different ways, just so you can see the principle. So I'm going to open my aperture to 3.6 and expose the way that this light is right now. And then I'm going to increase the value of the flash so we can do apples to apples, and you can see F10 at both places. So let's go down to 3.6. So if F4 is as low as I can go, as wide as I can go on this. Look at the background. This is what we want to know about. The background. The background has increased significantly by moving her farther away. And you're thinking, well, it's because you opened up your aperture, right? So I think I was at F10 before. I think I fudged it to a F11. So let's do this. Let's take this up 1, 2, 3, 4 stops, something like that. Let's see if we can get this to F10 again by increasing the power. Oh, I'm good. Look at that. F10 exactly. How did I do that? Oh, I counted the stops in my head. That's what I did. So on these lights, you can adjust them. So if you know how many stops it is from F3.6 to F10, you can just count. So it's a combination of luck and some practice. So now we're F10. Take a shot. And look at what happened to the background. So I got a little bit of that shot in there. But that's F10 with her far away. And then this is F10 with her close. That is the inverse square law in the best terms possible. So what's happening is, let's come back to me. Remember, this light is coming out here, and then the power of the light is dropping dramatically. So the light that is hitting an arrow, the exposure, is going to be pretty darn similar to the light hitting the background. And so, in fact, James, can you come out for one more second? So stand about right here. So now let's say we have a group of people and we need to shoot them and we want to get similar exposures. So James is going to be a little darker even though he's there. I need a bigger light modifier. But you're about 5 feet behind an arrow. Is that right? So now if I shoot this, you can see that the exposure values on James, I need to go back to the actual image. Go back over here to the, oh, it did not come in, sorry, because I was doing, one more time. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I'm not on tethered shooting. That's why it's not coming in. Let's try one more time. Okay. There we go. I had it on the grid view, so it wasn't popping in. There you go. So now you can see more of the essence of James. But the exposure values between these two people, even though they're 5 feet apart, is dramatically different than this shot we did earlier, where you can't even really see. You can't even see James. He's way back there. So the deal is, if I want to change and control that background, all I need to do is control the distance of my subject from the light. So James, hop out again. So let's say I want a nice white background. So this is easy. So I'm going to walk you back here. So come on back to about right here. Don't go any farther because it'll crunch. All right, so now Anero is close to the background, and the light is way far away. Normally, I would shoot this with a large modifier, because I want a lot of soft light going, so if I had a group of people. And what I need to do is meter this light. So let's see how much light is coming over here. So I'm going to meter the light. This is 5.6, and the background is 5.6. So it's pretty darn close. It's 5 and 5.6. So let me shoot that at 5.6. And am I on? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to change my aperture to 5.6. And then let's take a photo of Anero on the background. Pal, look at this background. White. White background. All right, Anero, come halfway to the light. I'll meter that. Keep going a little bit closer. Right about there. That's good. I'm going to meter this. Okay, that's F10. People in the comments, tell me what it's going to be. What is the background going to be right here? Light gray, medium gray, dark gray, totally black. So I know there's a delay, so I'm going to wait just a little bit. I'm going to get this composed just a little bit. And then also, there's a big light motive thing somewhere over there in the corner, I think. Have that on standby. All right, so did anybody guess? Maybe not. Oh, medium gray is the guess from Blackmorth. That's good. So most people think it's going to be medium gray of the two people that have guessed. I'm going to agree with you. I think it's going to be medium gray. Let's see what we get. Halfway. Yeah? So that's a lighter gray. On my computer screen, it's more of a medium gray. Take about one big step forward. Like a big step. Yeah, there you go. Grown. Yeah, that's F16. Whoop, F16. Let's see what this is. And this should give us a little bit more of a darker background. So here we go. I need to get up underneath this. Cocoon. There we go. So by just moving her one step forward, we have a dark gray. And so again, this inverse square law stuff is amazing because let's just take a peek at these three images. White, medium gray, dark gray. What did we change? The distance of our subject to the light and from our background. That's it. The inverse square law is one of those things that once you know it, you can use it to your advantage. So let me put this into practice. One of the most common requests I get on YouTube is, how do I photograph groups of people? And what a lot of people will do, so Anero, let's have you go back here. James, you want to come and be a model for this as well? And then Chris, I think we're going to have you come out as well. So with this guy, I'm going to use one of my favorite light modifiers. This is a light motive, big. This is a pretty big octabox. So it's parabolic, so it's very deep. It's going to project light. So this is my small one. I'm 6 feet tall, so you can see this is pretty big. I've got another one of these that is so big I could literally stand inside it, but I don't have a stand that can hold it. So I don't use it very much because I can't put it on a stand. It's pretty crazy. So I'm going to take this guy, take this off, set it over here, and then this doesn't go on a light stand. It actually fits on here. There we go. And click. All right. So that holds that. I'm going to take this like this. I'm going to put this up. Something like that. Whoa, that's heavy. Or something like that. All right. Okay. Tighten that all down. Okay, so now I have this big old Ellen crumb scrooched together like you know each other. There you go. And let's do this, just to show this works. I'm going to move you. Nope, back a little bit, right there. So you're behind. You're going to come forward about there, and then you're going to come there. Okay, and Jared's going to hop in there as well. And then I'm going to meter about halfway. So that's metering F8. Then you have to hold it. Then you have to hold it. So this is F8 is what my metering is saying. So let's see, this feels like the Seinfeld cast. And now look at this. So we have, thank you, Jared. Oh, I got to go back to the actual tethered stuff. Okay, one more time. Dang it, Jared, come back. Come back, do it one more time. I didn't have it tethered. Okay, here we go. Yes. Okay, thank you. So look at this. We have, because of the depth of field, distance of the subject from the lens impacts depth of field. So the farther away the subject is from your lens, the greater the depth of field. So we got proper depth of field to see everybody. And because of the inverse square law, everybody, even though they are between them about 6 feet from front to back, they're all exposed correctly. So we were able to use some photography rules to create a nice thing. And then let's just try something. I'm curious about the power of Evoto. Let's just try that. Yep. Isn't that insanity? Insanity? I think, yes, we can do that. So this is why I love Evoto. So I just clicked two things and we went blonk and just chopped that all out. So if you wonder why, that's why. I love it. We got a great group photo. We'll post that to socials. You're like, hey, really cool. Okay, that is the inverse square law. Let me say thank you to Chris because he also has kids and has to go. So come on out. Yes, sir. And so everybody say thank you to this amazing man. You've got, what do you have, birthday party yet?
I have a quinceañera.
Quinceañera, oh, that's why it was confusing.
I have a quinceañera at 6 o'clock, yeah.
So we got a quinceañera and then a quinceañera plus one.
Nice.
So yeah, so the dads have to go, but we're still going to be doing stuff. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Thank you guys so much.
All right, let's keep going. There was a question.
Yeah, we got some questions coming in.
So can I get a quick impromptu light meter tutorial? Yes. Let's hang on to that for just 1 second. Are there any other questions? Would a Godox AAD 200 be powerful enough for that group photo? No. It definitely would not be powerful enough. So this guy right here is a 500 watt second light, and I have it full blast. So the AD 200 is a 200 watt second light, and so it's a stop of light is double the power. So if you go from a 200 to a 400, you've doubled the power, and going from 4 to 8, you've doubled it again. So the difference between a 500 watt second light and a 200 is pretty substantial. Usually when I'm shooting with the big guys like this, I'm shooting with a 1200 watt second light. So it's much, much more powerful. Is this Evoto for iPad or laptops? There's two different versions. So I don't want to talk too much about Evoto because we don't want to really sell stuff to you. But Evoto does have a version for iPad. You can tether, you can shoot remote. So a lot of event photographers use that. A lot of resorts have people like coming up and like, hey, you want your picture taken? Sure, click. And then they can see it on the iPad. There's an iPad, there's an Evoto for the iPhone. So I use the desktop version for all the stuff that I do. Okay, any other questions before we do the impromptu light meter thing? Okay, so I'm going to, oops, I did the wrong thing. I'm going to open up a different, let me see if I can get this little thing open. I actually happen to have some impromptu stuff for you.
While you're waiting, you want to plug our hashtag again?
Yes, let's see the hashtag again. Let's see that. Shoot along live. Post those. because we are going to be doing some cool stuff to review that stuff. Okay, so let's see if this works along. Okay, does that work? That's showing up? I hope, yeah. All right, we're going to do a really quick light meter demonstration. So the exposure triangle for ambient light, so that's the light we can't control. We use ISO, shutter speed, and our aperture value. And that's what we normally would dial in. But the shutter speed doesn't affect our flash at all. So what we have to use instead is we have to control the flash power, the flash exposure, with the ISO, our aperture, and the flash power. And so the exposure diamond looks something like this. So we know the exposure triangle, ISO, shutter speed, and aperture, but the flash exposure triangle is ISO, aperture, and flash power. And so come back to me just for a second. So what we have to do is to understand sync speed. So I'm going to animate this with my hands. So how sync speed works is when you press the shutter release on your camera, we have two curtains, the first curtain and the second curtain. So when you click the shutter release, the first curtain opens, and then the second curtain closes, and then those reset, and they're ready for the next shot. When you get above about 200th of a second, the second curtain begins to close before the first curtain is totally closed. And the faster your shutter speed, the closer those two curtains are together. And so at about 200th of a second and slower, the first curtain opens all the way up, and then the second curtain closes. For faster shutter speeds, it's just a slit of light. And so you can't use a flash when you're going faster than sync speed because the flash fires when the first curtain is totally open. And so if the second curtain is halfway closed, when the flash fires, there's going to be a black area in your shot. And so when you're using a flash, the shutter is completely open. And that means that essentially, for all intents and purposes, there is no shutter in your camera when you're shooting with flash. It's like it doesn't exist. And that's why the exposure triangle is the ISO, the aperture, and the power of the flash. You can turn the flash up and turn the flash down. So with a light meter, what you need to do is you have an intention. So on your camera, you set your ISO to whatever you want. So here in this studio, I want to eliminate all the ambient light. And so I set my ISO to 100. So it's the base ISO. The second thing is the aperture. So the aperture is going to open and close. So it will allow ambient light. It will allow light from the flash. So I want to restrict that enough so that between the ISO and the aperture, there's not enough light coming in to make an exposure. So I want to eliminate all the ambient light. So for me, ISO 100 and a shutter speed of 200. So then what is the flash power? Well, flash power is measured in aperture values. And so when I meter with the light meter, I'm saying how much light is hitting my subject, and it's going to say, for a proper exposure, set your aperture to f4, f6, f8, whatever. And so I'm going to decide before I take the shot what aperture value I want to use based on depth of field or based on eliminating ambient light. And so let's say for this shot, I want to shoot around f8 because I want depth of field that's in front of an arrow and behind an arrow's head, so it's going to be a nice headshot. Okay? We have a lot of questions coming up, so we're going to get to those after I do this demo. So normally I wouldn't do this demo with a giant light modifier like this, but we're going to do it. So I'm going to have this up here. So when I look at my camera, I'm going to go over to Evoto so you can see my settings. Yeah, I killed Evoto. Let me get that open again. So I'll go back over to Evoto so you can see the settings that I'm using. Almost there, almost there. Okay. So you can see in my camera settings right now, over here on the right-hand side, that I am at ISO 100, I'm a shutter speed of 200, which is my camera's sync speed, and I'm at f8. So f8, that just happened to be a coincidence, but that's where I want to be based on my depth of field. So what I'll do is I'm going to turn on my meter. You don't have to have a fancy meter like this. You can get, all meters work essentially the same way. So in the meter itself, you will set the shutter speed and you will set the ISO value. And then the meter is going to tell you what, in fact, I'm going to do this. So it's, hello, there we go. I'm going to change the value just to not confuse you. So you put in the shutter speed, the ISO value, and then it's going to tell you what the proper exposure is. So I want to be at f8. How do I do that? Well, I'm going to come over here, and by the way, this has a transmitter built in, a little radio. That radio is communicating with this light, if you're wondering how I'm making my flash fire. And then the other thing I forgot to tell you is on the side of the flash, there's this little button, and when I push that, it tells the flash to fire. So I'll push that, boom. So that's what I'm doing. I'm pushing this button right there. So I'm going to go over here, and I am going to point this. Normally I point it where my camera is, but I'll point it this way. And then I'm getting a value of f14. So what does that mean? It means that with this light here and an arrow there, this light is brighter than I want it to be. I want it to be at f8. And so I can take that. On the back of my flash, I've got a dial that I can say turn the value, the power up or down. So I'm going to take this down. And then I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to meter the light again. And then it tells me f8. The question is, how did I know how far to turn the power up or down? This flash, most flashes, you can adjust them in stops. And so if you know the difference between f8 and f10 and f16, you just count the number of stops, and then you dial it in like that. That takes a little practice. If you don't get it right the first time, I almost never do. I just meter, adjust, come back and meter, and get it to where I want it to be, and then that's it. So then, now my meter has told me f8 is the proper exposure. I have my camera set to f8, so everything agrees. And then I will take a photo, and let's see if this works. Clunk. We can pop that in. There it is. Proper exposure, right off the bat, no guessing. That's how it works. That's the basics of that. I do have a CreativeLive class called Studio Lighting Essentials. It goes into great depth about metering, and then another one called Understanding Light and Light Modifiers. Okay, so how much will a meter reading differ between pointing the meter at the light versus the camera? A lot. And here's the thing. That is a fantastic question, by the way. If we look at this little white thing, this is called a lumisphere. And it's measuring light from all angles, so all different directions. In fact, it's not just metering the light from front, it's from the side as well. So if I put my hand over here, see how you have a shadow on that? It's going to average those shadows, the highlight, you see that specular highlight there? It's going to average all of that stuff. If I turn this toward a light, it's only getting the highlights. If I turn it away from that, it's, well, we've got two lights. But now it's only getting the shadows, if I can make shadows on there. So what you're doing is, and also you can take this lumisphere and put it down so that it's only getting light coming straight in. And so the metering can be a stylistic choice. So here's the rule of thumb about where to point this lumisphere. If I have, let's have you stand right here for a second. So let's pretend that my camera is right here, and I'm shooting this way. And this light is to the side, something like this. In fact, we'll just do it. If I meter my light to where the camera is going to be, I'll meter that. It tells me f10. So what it's doing is it's taking the highlights and the shadows, and it's averaging all of those things. And so that's called metering for the shadows. So let's try this. And we're letting the shadows fall open. In other words, they're not going to be really, really dark. So I'm going to do that. Come over here, put my camera to F10, zoom in, clickety-click. Okay, so see on the opposite side of her face, we have those shadows there, and we have that triangle of light over there. So now what I'm going to do is instead of pointing my camera where the camera is going to be, my meter, sorry, I'm now going to point my meter straight to the light. That's giving me F11. So it's only a third stop difference, not a big difference. I'll do it again just to make sure we have a proper value. Yep. So what I'm doing now is I'm metering for the highlights. And what I'm saying is the highlights are the important thing for me. Make sure they're not overexposed at all. I don't care about the shadows. They can fall into complete darkness if they want to. I want to meter for the highlights, not the shadow. So now I'm going to go to F11. And this super soft light, we won't see much of a difference. But I'll take a shot. And you'll see a subtle difference in the shadows on her face. You'll see it a little bit less punchy. So let's go and compare those two side by side. Yeah, so you don't see much of a difference between this and this because I'm shooting with such a large source of light. So this would be a little bit more demonstrable with hard light. Okay, that is the mini tutorial on metering. Are there other questions about that? That was fun. I didn't know we were doing this today. That's the joy of these. This is built for you. The flash sync speed of the camera is the fastest that a camera with a mechanical shutter is fully open. Correct. With you can use an electronic shutter. The problem with an electronic shutter is that the shutters, the mechanical shutters, aren't ever closed. The sensor is just turning on and off to make an exposure. If you don't have a global shutter, which I think Nikon is the only brand that has it right now, I could be wrong, what happens is the entire sensor doesn't turn on and off all at once. It actually scans across like an old TV. It's scanning across. And the problem with that is if you have anything that's moving, the stuff at top is going to be scanned before the stuff on the bottom is scanned. And so you can get these, like if you have solid lines, like telephone poles or something you're zipping by, they'll actually look curved, they'll look wonky. It causes lots of problems with motion. So there is something called a global shutter. In fact, Jared was going to do a deep dive on that, and we decided not to because we thought not enough people own a global shutter. But the global shutter, the entire sensor turns on and off, and then you can sync your camera as fast as the shutter will go. So at 10,000th, 8,000th of a second, with it eliminates sync speed altogether. So if you shoot motion and you want something that's really, really fast, and you're shooting on locations a lot, a global shutter is the way to go. But I think Nikon's the only company that has it right now. The A9 IV. Is that 4? 5? I don't know. Is that a V or IV? Yeah, usually you only do 3 eyes, but we'll do it. A9 III. There we go. Thank you. I was like, I've never seen 4 for the eyes. Yeah, so it's the A9 III. So I'm guessing more companies are going to have a global shutter. There are a lot of video cameras that have a global shutter, but still cameras not so much. Okay, are there other questions for us to go into? No, okay, you can take a break. You need a, isn't it narrow? She's like rocking it today. Just amazing. All right, so what we have planned now, it's James and myself. And what we decided we would do for the last hour, so we have about 45 minutes-ish, something like that. It is an open, we don't know what people are going to ask us.
Oh, okay.
This is the ask whatever you want, ask us anything, and we will answer your question, not by talking about it, but by doing it. So
I like that.
Yeah, so if you say, how do you use light meter, I'll show you. If you ask James, how do you freeze somebody jumping through the air, he's not going to tell you, he's going to show you. And so if you have something that is, that you've been wondering or it's not clear to you, let us know, and then we will give you a demonstration about that. I'm going to go take a look. I've been talking too much, so maybe you can talk to them about some of the new stuff on CreativeLive while I see if there are any posts with the Shoot Along Live tag.
Oh yeah, we need to check out the Shoot Along Live tag. So thank you to everyone. We saw a few comments popping into the chat of people who were using the hashtag, so thank you so much for that. We've been doing quite a bit of fun stuff with CreativeLive, so it's been really exciting to really start to roll out a lot of these new classes. And my favorite part of this really has been the ability to interact with you, the viewers, and that I think is what separates doing things like this from a traditional course where you're just watching something that's been pre-recorded. The fact that these sessions are live, like we've been live all day today, is we can break that fourth wall, we can have those conversations with you. So now is a phenomenal opportunity for you to ask any questions, or if there's anything that you'd be curious to see tried out, or if there's something that has really been mystifying you or really been confusing you, now's a chance to get some clarity on that. Where there might have once been confusion. But I've been excited because I've been had the opportunity to do a handful of CreativeLive classes. We did Lighting the Athletic Form, which was just athletic portraiture, making people look so beautiful.
Did you change that shirt?
Did I change my shirt? No, I've been wearing the same shirt all day.
We've been talking about creepy dolls all day.
I know, I was pointing at my shirt, yeah.
I just now I'm
Well,
noticing.
it's because we're recording on the weekend, and so, yeah.
I'm just now seeing the creepy dolls. Just now. So we are looking for the Shoot Along Live tags. We saw one. We want to make sure that we're showing things that are relevant to what we're talking about today. So I'll keep going, zipping over here to Facebook. And if not, let us know your questions. And then if we don't have any questions, then we'll be done. This is for you. I'm curious. Let me ask. I'm going to ask them a question.
Sure.
Are any of you watching with a group of people? And if so, let us know how many are in your group, where you're from. Is it a photo club? Or do you belong to a photo club? All right, let's see. Is there at all an electric lens adapter or device that can assist on an AF lens? So an autofocus. So give me more detail on that. Assist with what? So I'm not sure what that question is. So are you asking, is there an adapter that allows you to take an autofocus lens and put it on a different camera that doesn't have autofocus or a different brand? Are you talking about the manual, like video cameras sometimes have these little motors on the side and people have a remote focus that zip around? Mm-hmm. Maybe that's it. Okay, no.
Shoot Canon lens on.
Yeah, so you can't cross the streams with Canon and Nikon or Fujifilm, something like that. So the mirrorless camera revolution is amazing because on mirrorless cameras you can shoot almost any lens on a mirrorless camera with a lens adapter. But if you're taking a brand, like I've got a Leica M10 and I've got adapters for a bunch of things, and I've got a Sony A7 something, and I love my Leica lenses and I can stick them on my Sony. I have old vintage manual lenses that I put on my Leica, but you have to use everything manually. So generally speaking, if you're taking a Nikon and sticking it on a Canon, or a Leica and sticking it on a Sony, you've got to have a manual lens. So if it's got an autofocus, like the 85 millimeter,
yeah,
there is no autofocus ring.
You have to do it all manual.
You turn it and it turns a motor, and then that turns the lens element. So you can't stick that on. So I know there are, I think it's called Metabones. I might get that wrong. I know that there are some companies out there that will power lenses, autofocus lenses, to stick it on a non-autofocus camera. I think it's Metabones. I could be wrong on that. So there is some of that, but generally speaking, you got to have a fully manual lens.
Do you naturally remove reflections when a subject or model wears glasses during the shoot? This is a really good question. So I do a lot of corporate portraiture, and a lot of the people I have to photograph have glasses, much like myself. And right away, what I'm going to find out is whether or not they have a reflective coating on their glasses. So a lot of times, you know, we take the photo, they have the coating on their glasses. The flash becomes negligible. I don't even really notice it when I'm taking the photo. If it is noticeable, I have really one of two options. One, it's the direction of the key light that I'm moving, and maybe I just need to move the key light, or maybe I need to turn their face in a certain way to remove those catch lights out of the glasses. But also, you know, you were working with the Voto.
Let's show it, not tell it.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
by
going
all
to do
means.
it. We're going to shoot, since you have that, that being your glasses. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a smaller light.
Okay.
To make it more demonstrable. Whoa! Almost killed my light. You see that?
Don't do that.
Don't do that. So I'm going to do a little demo for you. I just happen to have the answer to your question. So you were saying the angle of the key light needs to change. Here's why. Let's go to the computer. There is something called the... and I don't remember how to do the thingy. How did we do it before?
It was...
This,
and then...
mirror displays. For now, and then...
Use slideshow.
Don't, is that it?
That is it.
Okay. Angle of incidence and angle of reflection. So this is what causes the glare in glasses. So if you have an incident, so that's the light coming from your flash and it hits like a mirror or something. If it's coming in at 36 degrees, it's reflected at 36 degrees. They are always exactly the same. If you go to 50 degrees, it comes out at 50 degrees. So that's the angle of incidence and the angle of reflection. And so moving that key light, what it's doing is it's moving the reflection by changing the angle of reflection. So we can demonstrate that.
It's almost like that question was planted for that PowerPoint deck.
It's almost as if...
Have you done this before, Mark?
I'm like, have you... Yeah, that's the thing. When you've done like a few thousand lighting classes, like I have... Normally I would actually have little video animations, but I was so tired last night I didn't load them up. And so I'm like, well, in fact, I'm going to grab a different modifier. I want to make this really demonstrable. So talk more about your corporate stuff so we can, like, how do you get rid of this?
Yeah, so really it comes down to one of two things if I'm trying to fix it in camera, which is going to be my first mode, is try to fix it in camera versus trying to fix it in post. But one thing will be I'm moving the angle of the light in relation to the subject, or I'm moving the subject's face in relation to the light. So either way, I'm trying to get that reflection off the glasses or get it to be minimized enough that removing in post becomes far easier than if it were more straight on.
Okay, so look at this. This light, and I'm sorry I forgot how to set my modeling light a little bit lower, but this light is straight on. Right, it's coming straight in. It's going to come straight out. It's going to go into my lens here. And unless I'm doing something totally wrong, we're going to get a big, nasty reflection. Come on, light. Come on, meter. Let's go. Got to get the, there we go. Oh, bam. Whoa, let me take that down. Sorry.
Please.
Sorry. I'm just going to blind you. Blinding. And we're at F10. Woo! Now this is like a hard light reflector.
I can handle it.
Like I can handle the light. Okay, I'm going to keep my camera on a tripod so we can prove that these angles work.
Yep.
Let's do that. So I'm going to pop this in. Okay, so we will see, and again, I forgot to launch Voto here. Okay, we can see that we have that nasty reflection on his glasses. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it even worse. I'm going to make it even worse. lower this. So now it's straight in, straight in. Wow. So this angle of incidence is like 3 degrees. It's bouncing straight back. So essentially we're going straight in. So to fix that, we need to change the angle of incidence. So I'll take this up a little bit. And then normally I would meter this, but I'm going to be lazy. Take that. It's a little underexposed, but gone.
There it is.
It is totally gone. So normally what you would do is, if you don't know what the angle of incidence is, I can look through my camera here. And
you can see if that light is hitting the glasses.
You can totally see. And convex glasses are much more difficult because the angle is different. They're not a flat surface, it's a convex surface. So I can, so this is much lower now. I can take this shot, and you can see that's gone. There is one other thing you can do, just because I want to show this craziness. So we're going to do a really nasty, bad wait, we're losing the angle, so there you go. Okay, so now we've got, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dreamy.
Okay, so yeah, the other thing you can do, you can fix this in post. Evoto has this thing that's really crazy, so I can just go down, and in fact, I'll search for it here. Type in glasses, remove glasses glare. It's over here. So I can just say, get rid of that. Gone. Yeah.
That is amazing.
Amazing.
That's one of those, like, Evoto has a few features that just accelerated my post-production in corporate portraiture.
Yeah, so generally I never have a glare because I like to fix it in camera, but if I do. Can you give us a demonstration between the differences? Yes, we can. In fact, you got a Canon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here. Or you can use my camera if you want.
Yeah, I'll use your camera.
I've got hard and soft light. So this is hard light. And then this is soft light. So let's do something really fast. Let's do something. So can you stand right here and hold this like
right
that?
Here? Yep.
Yep. Okay. Now I'm going to come over here. Go to camera 1 for a second. There we go. Okay. See the size of these two modifiers? Notice that they are essentially the same size, right? They're the same size, but they aren't. So if I go back here, you can see that this is much, much smaller. You can change the quality of light by changing the effective size of the light. So when this is never going to be soft, but if you get something that's really close, the size of the light is effectively the same as something really large, far, far away. And so that's going to impact hard and soft light. But the other thing is the modifier that you use is going to be a big difference. So I'm going to be the model, and I'll let you do this. What the hard light example is? The small one is hard. The big one is soft. So when we're thinking about hard and soft light, in fact, I'm going to run around the back. This is, oh yeah, I got something for you. Let's play this. And then hit auto.
There are lots of words that photographers use to describe light. Let's start by talking about two of the most common terms in studio lighting: hard light and soft light. The best way to tell if light is hard or soft is by looking at the shadows it casts. Hard light casts a very clearly defined shadow. Its edges are hard. Soft light casts a shadow that's hard to tell where it starts and stops. Its edges are soft. On a day where the sky is clear, the sun will throw a concentrated beam of light that will produce deep, sharp shadows on the subject. This is hard light. But if the clouds come out, then the light becomes diffused. Instead of the light traveling in the same direction, it is cast in different directions, and the source of the light becomes much larger.
A larger light source will throw a wider beam of light with shadows that are more open because light is bouncing around and spilling into the shadows. This is soft light. An important term is effective size. The effective size of a light is based both on the physical size of the light and its position in relation to the subject. In other words, the closer a light is to the subject, the larger its effective size and the softer the light will be. The farther away a light is from the subject, the smaller the effective size and the harder the light will be. To illustrate this point, let's look at the sun. Although the sun is 100 times the width of the Earth, it looks like a tiny speck in the sky. That's because it's 93 million miles from the Earth. This makes the sun's effective size very small, and therefore it gives off very hard light. Now, if we were able to move the sun very close to the Earth, its effective size would be much larger, and the light it casts would be much softer. We can change the quality of light by changing the effective size of our light source. Since moving the sun closer to the Earth would be impossible, and a really bad idea, there is another way to modify our light source. We can use modifiers. Now let's bring back the clouds. In this scenario, the sun would be the light source, and the clouds would be a light modifier. The sun lights up the clouds, and the clouds become a huge light over the Earth. Now our illumination is the entire sky, not just the tiny dot of the sun. The effective size of the light is much larger, and the light is much softer. Sometimes, soft light is called diffused light, and hard light is called harsh light.
Awesome. Yeah, I didn't know we were going to play that today, but I was like, oh, I have
Glad
that.
you had that queued up.
Got it queued up. No models were harmed in the making of that video.
I was watching that video wondering, is the animation going to set her on fire? The animation's going to set her on fire. And I'm so glad that you went that far.
So that actually, the original version of that was made for the very, very first one of my digital photography one-on-one lessons on YouTube in 2008, I think. And it didn't set her on fire. And I'm like, oh, we missed it. And so I got the same model. We brought her back into the studio and we redid the whole thing. And we're like, we're going to set you on fire. And then we made her on fire. So yeah, that's one of my favorite things. So the questions, I forgot to turn back on the overlays, but I'll get there. You did it? Yay! Okay, we're going to get to this clean shadow thing, but we first want to do the hard and soft light. And I'll meter for you.
Okay.
And then...
And I'm set to tether on this?
You are set to tether.
Okay.
Let me turn off glasses removal so that it doesn't apply that.
Universally.
Yeah. All right, where do you want me?
Let me, a little bit here. Right about there should be good.
You want that modeling light on? There's
Yeah.
a little...
Yeah, where is it?
A little star. There you go.
Ooh.
Oh, my eyeballs.
Yeah. Tables have turned, sir.
Okay. That's 16, F16.
All right. How do we toggle this down?
You just roll it.
Roll it. All
Just
right.
roll it.
I'm going to take it down to 1.
That's 11.
All right. F11 sounds great to me.
All right. I'm the worst model on the planet. Oh, look at me. Say my name.
Rembrandt. Almost.
Say my name.
I mean, yeah, that's about as hard as it's going to get.
Yeah, yeah.
And that is...
Hard light.
And so how do you, like when someone's looking at a photo like this, what would be the definition of what makes this hard? Like I can look at this and say, yeah, this is hard light, but what is the quality of this photo that is making the light harsh versus soft?
So the hard light is defined, the quality of light is defined by the shadows that light casts. Mm-hmm. So you have a shadow, you have a transition area, and then you have a highlight.
Yep.
And so if you look at this, especially like right here, my nose, it goes from dark to light. There is no transition. So the shorter the transition, the harder the light. Mm-hmm. If there is a really, from the darkest to the lightest part, if it transitions so slowly that you can't really tell where the dark and the light stop and start, it's like, I know this is dark and this is light, but it's a very, very even transition. That is soft light. A soft transition
think about it like slowing down your car.
Yeah.
So if you're slowing down your car, ooh, soft. But if you slow, bam, hard. So that's the difference.
So let's keep your relation to the light the same, but let's throw this on here.
Okay, putting an Elinchrom softbox on an Elinchrom light is one of the challenges of the century.
That is actually one of my favorite light modifiers, this Elinchrom
Me too.
Deep Rotolux.
And I hate how these mounts work. Okay, there it is.
And then there's a lock up there. Yep.
There it is.
perfect.
Whoosh.
Okay.
Okay,
So your position to the light should be the exact same.
so I'm going to meter this. That's 5.6.
All right. Let's get it up to,
And by the way, notice I'm metering to the light because we care about the highlights in this, not the shadows.
let's try to get this up to F11.
That's 20.
That's F20.
F18, yeah.
Oh, geez.
Come back down a little bit. That's 11.
There we go.
11 on the
Okay.
dot.
So position of the light's the same.
Same pose.
Same pose. Camera's on a tripod.
Okay.
Look at that.
So now, also, not that I'm a fan of showing off my nose, but notice that there's a soft transition there now.
It's a much more gradual shift between the highlight and the shadow.
Yeah, and there's something else here that is an important concept to understand. So don't confuse contrast with hard and soft light. And so if you have, contrast is the difference between the darkest and the brightest area of light. So if we have this soft light to the side, we're going to have high contrast. In fact, let's shoot it really fast. I'll do this really fast. We're still at 11.
So this will be more of a split light.
Yeah. So when this pops up, you'll see that half my face is illuminated, half is not. So you could look at that and go, that's hard light. But it's not. We have a soft transition here. This is contrast. That's not hard light.
I'm glad you pointed that out because it could be difficult to see a little bit until you start to look at the gradation of the shadow.
Yeah, now let's put this over here more on axis.
A little more
light.
straight on.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty boring. That's 8. Let's just shoot it at 8.
Yeah.
Okay, now, same pose. Now you can see that there's really no transition there. Look how sad I look. So you can do side by side in Evoto.
And the light distance hasn't really changed,
Not at
just
all.
the angle of the light. So the quality of light has not changed. Quality meaning, is it hard or soft? That's the same level of softness left to right. It's just
That's position of light
contrast.
and contrast.
Yeah.
That is not hard and soft light. That's the difference. So by the way, Ab, the side by side in Evoto, you select whatever images you want, and then hit N, the letter N, and N is going to give you survey mode, and then you can eliminate and show, or you can hit this little icon down here, survey. So the Evoto has copied the exact same shortcut keys. So if it's a shortcut key in Lightroom, it's probably going to be a shortcut key in Evoto. Like D takes me to the edit page, but D means D for develop. So that works. Yeah. So there was a different question here about the background, the white background.
Oh, yeah, something about how to get a white background.
I'd like to know how to photograph somebody with a clean shadow, like a fashion shoot with a white backdrop. Clean as not shadows pointing everywhere, but one medium soft shadow light beneath the model. Yes. And Arrow, can you be our model? Do you want to do this one or you want me to do this one?
By all means.
I'll do this
assist
one.
them.
Okay. So what we're going to do is, just by what you described, I'm assuming you want a full-length shot. So let me know if that's the case, but I'm guessing that you want from feet head to toe, and you want similar to what we have right here, but not two shadows. In fact, can you just turn that light off? There's a
Yes, I
switch
can.
on the side. So watch what happens. Right now we have 2 lights going. Let's go to 1 light, and I'll shut this guy off as well. So now notice right here, we have this shadow right here. Only 1 shadow, and the way we're doing that is with this giant video light. In fact, I'm going to hop on. Let's go to camera 3, and we'll let you see what it looks like. So this is a 7 or 8 foot light. It's huge. So if I walk underneath it, I'm 6 feet tall. It's a huge light. So we're getting nice soft light over here. That's a nan light 500, yeah, and one of the large modifiers. So we want to do that with our studio strobe. So what we need, if we're doing head to toe, in fact, you can turn that light on again, is a huge light source. And you also want the backdrop lit. So this is the perfect question. So I think this is the perfect question to end the day on, because we are about to apply the inverse square law, quality of light, position of the light, and the distance from light to the subject. So all of the things that we talked about today, we need to put into practice to make this happen. So to get a nice soft shadow, head to toe, we need a really large light modifier. So I think I have a 7-foot umbrella, white umbrella. It might be silver. So that's what I would use. And to get the background to be illuminated, one of the mistakes that some photographers make is they'll start adding a bunch of lights to illuminate the background. You don't always have to do that. You can get a nice white background using the inverse square law, doing the exact same thing we did with the group photo. So we want to put an arrow closer to the background so that the exposure on the background and on an arrow is almost equal. And then that will also soften that shadow, and everything should work out. So what we're going to do is we're going to have you come over here and stand. I think we still have a camera that shows that. If not, we can get one.
Nope, you're good.
Okay. So I'm going to run over here and find this umbrella. So it's a Westcott umbrella. This is the umbrella that, in fact, I think I got several. Okay, the reason I want to show you these with umbrellas, they're very inexpensive. So I could bring out a giant, 4x6 modifier or something like that. But these guys are, I think they're less than $100.
That's a steal.
It's crazy. Or it might be that's when I bought mine, that's what they were. So this one's silver, what's that? That's a translucent. Okay, so we'll use this guy. So I don't know how much these are. These are about 10 years old. Look how big that is. Very, very large. So compared to an arrow, it's as big as she is. Very tall.
Sing in the rain with that thing.
Singing in the rain. Okay, so we're going to shoot into this. So can you hold that?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to take this guy, take this down, take this off, and I'll stick this over here. I am going to put a reflector on this.
And what is that going to do while using an umbrella?
So what this is going to do, and we'll play with it. I'll show you how I decide. I had a guy on YouTube, I did this, and he basically told me I was an idiot for using a reflector in an umbrella. And he's half right. So I'll show you why he is right, and then I'll show you why you might want to do this. One of the problems that I have is I've been using ProPhoto so long, I forget that I can't change the reflectors. So on a ProPhoto light, you can zoom this in and out, and you can change how much the light is filling the umbrella, and you can get it exactly where you want it. And so by doing that, you get no light wasted, and you get the softest light possible. So when I say I'm a ProPhoto snob, that's one of the reasons. This reflector is set. You can't change the angle. You have to physically change to a different reflector. I think I think this might be wide enough to get all of the, no. So for this, you can see, maybe, camera one, there you go.
There it is.
So you can clearly see that with that reflector on there, I'm not filling up all of this umbrella. So essentially, I'm losing all the goodness of this umbrella. So in this instance, I wouldn't use this reflector, but I was hoping it would be a wide enough angle. So if you get a reflector that's the right size, then what you get is you get all of the power from your light, and you get nothing wasted. So this, you can see, fills up everything, but you can also see from the side, we're losing light. We're going to lose all this light coming out from the side. So I could put this way in here like this, but then we lose, same thing. So,
and what is that going to do in relation to how the light hits the subject? If you're filling up the umbrella with as much light as we can, like we are right now, versus you bring that umbrella close, the light's punching just more in the center of the umbrella, how does that shift the feel of the light on the talent?
soft light, because this light is much larger, that's going to essentially wrap around your subject. It's going to wrap around, it's going to hug the shadows, and it's going to get rid of them. If you bring this in, what you're doing is you're going to get very direct light, it's going to be harder, and you're going to have more defined shadows.
So it's basically like using a smaller modifier.
Exactly. So, and that's why umbrellas zoom, by the way. So you can change the quality of light. And we can try that. We can say, you know, how punchy can we make this? So yeah, that's one of the reasons that so many photographers will get lights that they just use for many, many years and they don't want to change. The reason is they know that gear. They know how far to zoom. They know how it's going to behave. And so, like you've got the Einsteins and the Alien Bs, and you get phenomenal results out of those. If I had those same tools, I'd be cussing all day long. I'd be like, ah, I can't do this and this and this, and it, like, I want...
All of a sudden, every little thing just creates like a cascading of different results.
Yeah, I want 10th stop increments on my lights because I'm like, and on an Alien B, you're like,
it's just
it's close.
It's a slider.
It's like, it's like it feels. So anyway, we're gonna try this with this back about like this. We're gonna lose some light, and I'm gonna throw this all the way up to full power because we're gonna be quite a distance away. So I wouldn't want to close the umbrella because they're made to be a certain shape for maximum efficiency. So what I could do, instead of using this umbrella, I could use a deep umbrella. In fact, I have a deep umbrella. If you can check over there, it's a Elechrome. Somewhere in there, there's a deep umbrella. It might say deep translucent. But we'll put this over there. Yeah, so Ab is talking about the LED that's illuminating this is much narrower than the flash, which is true because the flash has this little glass thing that's going to disperse the light. So the light from the flash is going to have a wider angle. So you sort of have to squint your eyes and take a shot, and wow, that's a lot. Okay, well, let's start here. Oh yeah, this. We'll try this one. So instead of clamping it down, like somebody suggested, I would just go to a deep umbrella. So that's essentially the same thing, but it's made to be that shape. And then we've got diffusion on this. So we'll shoot this big guy, then we'll try it with this deep umbrella, then we'll try it with the deep umbrella diffused, and then you can just see them side by side. Let me see how that works. So my battery okay on my laptop? I think so. Oh, it's plugged in. Okay, good. All right, so with the big guys like this, you shoot right in front of them. You can stand in front and shoot just like this. And the light is just going to pass right by you. If you look at the old Saturday Night Live photos from all of their celebrities, and a lot of shots that are on magazine covers, if you look at the reflections in the eyes, the catch lights, you'll see the photographer standing in front of the umbrella. So Let's do this. Can you meter for me? Just meter straight to the light. Let's make sure this is firing before we do that. Yeah. Wait.
11.
11. Okay, stick around there. So this is at F11. Just from looking at this, I think this light is a little bit low. I think it needs to go higher. Well, let's just start here and see how we get along. See how we go, as they say down under. All right, so F11. F11, I'm going to get right in front of this guy. And normally I would shoot horizontal for this video, but we will do this at F11. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, this is Bizarro. Let me uncrop this. I have a crop applied. Okay, yeah. Fit this. So we have no shadow at all. Shadowless shot.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so it's sort of cheating. I want a shadow because I want to see that she's not floating in space. And so what I'm going to do to sort of create a shadow, I'm going to angle this. The reason there's no shadow is all the light was going straight forward.
So
straight
flat
forward.
and directional.
Yeah, so flat and directional that all the shadows were directly behind her. So there were shadows, we just can't see them. And so I don't want her floating in space like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise this up a little bit, and I'm going to move it to the side to create a shadow. So we're going to change just slightly.
You're telling the shadow where to go.
Exactly. You're not the boss of me, Shadow. I'm the boss of you. So I'm going to try this. I'm going to see how this goes. I'm going to shoot this at F13 as well, just to sort of pop it down. Let's just see if we're creating. Now we've got a slight shadow that's starting to show up there.
Yep.
So you see, just moving that, we get this shadow that's popping in. And then let's try to make this light a little bit harder. Push it in a little bit, like that. Let's see. I'm going to point this sort of at an arrow's feet. Can you meter that again? Let's
Sure
see.
can.
It should be pretty close, but let's just see.
14.
14. Okay, so we got punchier light. So we're going to try it one more time. Yeah, so now we're getting a shadow down the side of her body there. And that's because I moved the light to the left, so the shadow's showing up to the right. So to get that more on the floor, I really need to elevate this light. Really elevate.
And you can see the light quality on her face and just how much harder the light got just by moving that umbrella closer to the light head.
Just moving. I'm going to guess, before we meter this, type in your guess for what this is going to be. I'm going to guess 10, F10.
Okay.
What's your guess?
I'm going 11.
11.
Yeah.
Anero, give us a number. 12.
Okay.
Okay, that's not a number but that's good. 12. Okay, so what did I say? 10?
You said 10.
10. 10, 12,
11.
11. And online, let's see what you think. And then, let's see, 11. We got one guess at 11. All right, can you meter this? 10. All right, let's hear it for the 10s.
It's gonna be me and Jocelyn. We got this.
Click on that.
12.7.
Show the meter cam. So that's F13 is what that is.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you 12 isn't a number that exists in that, but so you still won. Yeah, it goes from 11 to 13. So 12 is like
Closest without going over. She takes it.
yeah, you got it. I failed to mention I didn't teach you this class. Okay. So now we still have shooting in space here. We've got a shadow there. Yeah, so we can do some things. We can change the modifier. I think what we could do is let's inverse square law this. So walk forward about 4 feet. About like that, not quite that far. Now let's meter this. It's going to be metering at F16. What do you
15.
think? Okay, what do you think? What is it? The answer is, rah! I win 1. Okay. F16. So we're inverse square lawing this, making the background a little bit darker. Click. And now we have a little bit more pronounced shadow. And so you can see that. And if we move this to the side, it gets more and more pronounced. I can't go too much farther because I'm going to crunch that thing. Let's try that soft, deep umbrella. It's one of my favorite modifiers. And we'll see how that looks. The reason I want to show you this modifier is it's so inexpensive and it's brand agnostic, so it'll work on Godox, it'll work on Electrum, it'll work on Broncolor, it'll work on Flashpoint, it'll work on whatever. And then...
oh, you want the diffusion fabric?
Yeah, so I'm going to stick it on there. Yep. So this diffusion is pretty cool. So I'm just going to stick this on here so we can, well, it's easy to put it on later. So I'm going to stick this on my light. Sha-shoing. Put this on here. Now, this is a deep umbrella. What do you think? Harder or softer lights? Tell us in the comments, do you think we're going to have more shadow, less shadow, about the same shadow? What do you think? Okay, we're going to take the shot. I'll meter this really fast. Let's see. You think more shadow? More shadow. An arrow's going with more shadow. I'm going to make this just a little bit, yeah. Okay, so an arrow's going to say more shadow. Soft but crispy.
Ooh.
Like my tacos. Okay, more shadows. More shadows. 10.
Deep and soft.
Okay, let's see. So we're at F10, I believe. That's right. I'm going to get back a little bit. Okay, more shadows. Definitely more shadows. So that is harder light. Mm-hmm. We got more of a transition. So let's hop back over to the computer really fast. You can see that on the background. And notice the closer you are to the feet, the harder the edge is. And the farther it goes, the softer it is until it sort of peters out up here. The reason for that is when you have shadows close to your subject, the light is hitting it and no light can go around that to fill in that shadow. But as the shadow is farther and farther from the subject, more light is wrapping around and filling in those shadows. And so shadows are always going to be harder close to the subject and fade out as they go away from the subject. So that's pretty cool. I like that. There was one more thing I was going to show with this, and I don't remember what it was. And I could change, and could I change my requested light quality to more harder than soft? Of course. Of course. Okay, let me do this. By this point in this live stream, you should be able to tell me what to do to create harder light. And so before I do anything, I want you to take a guess at what type of modifier we would need to get harder light and make this shot work. In fact, I've got something in my little box that I think is going to be, I'm going to give you the hardest of light. Ooh. Not just hard, the hardest.
Okay.
Yeah, so you guys guess. I'm going to put together this little thing.
I don't even know what he's going to bust out.
Yeah, you don't even know. I got it. It's going to take me about 3 minutes to make this. So
while Mark is setting that up, I'm just curious to see what some of the guesses are as what sort of modifier he's going to be throwing on this light.
I'll give you it's not the same light.
Oh, okay, so we are switching light heads. All right, someone guessed a bowl.
Okay, that's not it.
I'm like watching what he's setting up, and I'm not even sure what we're going to be getting here.
The hardest of lights.
Hardest of lights.
The hardest.
A beauty light. Beauty light has a nice balance. Like if you're thinking like a beauty dish, has a really nice balance of specularity while also being soft and retaining contrast. Now, if you're thinking like beauty light, like old Hollywood glam, that was some directional, very punchy light. All right, we have another guess. Reflector, small source is harder. Yep. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a smaller light source.
Harder than that.
Harder than that. Oh my goodness.
Harder. In
Hard
fact,
light,
if
sharp shadows, and high contrast. Yep.
If Ab Cisse is still watching and he doesn't know, then I am disappointed in my mentor.
Someone's guessing an optical snoot.
Oh, who would that be?
That would be pretty hard.
Who's making that guess?
I didn't catch the Bar Alex C is guessing an optical snoot.
You get a gold star.
Shane'tography also guessed the snoot.
So it's not a snoot, but some people call it a snoot. So I'm going to give points to those people. But one person said optical snoot.
Telezoom?
Yeah, it's essentially that. These are all different names for the same thing. So yeah, different brands call it different things. A snoot looks like a Devo hat. What we're going to use is not a Devo hat. We're going to swap this out for a constant light. So the only reason we're swapping this out is there are two versions of this light modifier. One is for strobes, one is for hot lights. And
got it.
Oh yeah, take the whole thing. And so they're not compatible with each other. And so if I use the wrong thing on the wrong light, I could damage my modifier. And so that's what I don't want to do. We're probably going to need, let me do this. Let me just do this. Same plug, but longer. All right, let me grab this thing. This is called a projector attachment, or some brands call it a snoot. This is the type of light, essentially the type of light that is used in a theater. It's not a Fresnel, but it's similar to an ellipsoidal light. So this thing has lenses inside and our lens that you mount outside. And you can focus this like you can focus a camera. In fact, I can put a Canon lens on the end of this attachment. I won't, because it will burn the lens, but you could. You could. So it actually focuses. So now we're going to turn this guy on. Swing. And once it pops on, we're going to get the hardest of light. In fact, can you come this way so people can see what we're getting? And then, James, can you kill the video lights for me? I'm going to kill that one. And we're going to kill this one over here. That is the hardest of lights. So notice we have a very, very defined background, and I can focus that. So I can focus this. So now it is perfectly a perfect edge. So this you can use for something like Hollywood night, something like that. Also, you can bring in these little side things here, so you can chop the light in and out.
I mean, that light is so hard. Like, you could draw straight lines with those.
So you can get apertures and all kinds of things. So bring up what Ab said. I didn't read it. I just saw he was giving us some advice. Oh, so far these are my favorite spots. Yeah, spot is pretty hard with the least amount of spill and scatter. Yes, absolutely. And then the other thing that you can use is you can use these little things. They're, depending on if you worked in the theater or what your background is. I'm a theater guy. I worked in a concert hall for many years. They're called gobos, or they're called cookies. So I call them gobos, but same thing. And I'm going to go to meter cam over here really fast so you can see this. There are these little things that have patterns in them. And I can stick this in a little holder like this. Sort of see that. But now when I drop this in to my attachment, and I think I put my attachment in upside down, yep. Do this. I can drop this guy in here. Shrink. And I can focus that. Now I can have a pattern. And it can be crystal hard. Perfect. So that's the hardest light, is one of these. We're going to do the Hollywood lighting. And these things get super, super hard. Is anybody feeling like Lindsay Adler vibes right now?
Sit back. Mark, your audio went out.
Oh, did it? I think my microphone died.
Here, slap mine on.
I'll slap that one on. I didn't show it. All right. Okie dokie. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay, so this is, I'm going to use my built-in meter because this is not a strobe, and I'm just going to shoot this as ambient light. And this is the hardest of light. I love this thing. This thing is very cool. So I'm going to shoot this at, wow. My meter is telling me that it is overexposed no matter what I do, which I don't believe. Because I have my flash thing on, I think that's why. Yeah, it's telling me it can't. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at my meter the wrong way. Wrong way. Okay, it needs to be brighter, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. There we go. So I'm going to shoot this at ISO 400 at 160 f4.5. Beautiful. And then we have the hardest of lights. I didn't change my color temperature. Oh, I also had it fix the background, so let me unfix the background. Undo that. Undo that. All right, cool. So yeah, that light is incredibly hard. I can change that, make it even harder by going to the side and shooting. So look straight forward. There we go, excellent. So let's pop this up a little bit. Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm going to go a little bit more. Excellent. So from the side, it looks softer, but it's not. It is hard light. Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
You can't see it, can you? Cannot see that. So it doesn't look like hard light because we can't see the shadows because of the angle that I'm shooting. So what I'm going to do here, just so you can really see this, I am going to raise my light up so I get vertical contrast. Also, I'm going to help so Inero can see what we're doing. So I'll take this up a little bit. So we did this earlier. I'm going to get some vertical contrast. Excellent. So look underneath her chin. So that shadow just got really, really long under her chin. And so we're getting vertical contrast there. So I'm going to take this photo. Again, look right at me. Kablamo. And now look at the shadow underneath her chin and on her cheekbones and stuff. So we're creating more contrast vertically. So this is traditional glamour light. Light on axis, very, very low. We raise that, and now we're starting to see the shadow. So let me do this shot that we did, this profile shot. I'll do that now with this light way up high, and you'll see that we've changed things considerably. I almost took it, almost went down. Perfect, perfect. Now when we look at that profile shot, you can see that we've got a pretty significant shadow under her chin, which I don't like. So I don't like that contrast there. I like the first shot. So let me show you the difference between this shot and this shot. In fact, let me just get the two of them. This shot and this shot, there we go. See how the shadows have changed because we elevated the light? Also, the shadows have opened up in her hair when it was down lower. I just like the first #1 shot much better than the second shot. Okay, any more questions about that? Any more questions? Yes, so let's kick back on the video lights so I can cool this guy off. There we go. Wired and wireless tethering. So I tether mainly for two reasons. One is when I'm shooting, I build presets in Lightroom or Evoto. And as I'm shooting, the images are being, all the post-production is happening automatically as I'm shooting. I don't have to come in later and do anything. And so tethering allows me to do that. The other reason I do that is normally I'll have my tether table, which is what this little guy is here. I have it attached with a large monitor. So we're using the monitor right now to do some photo stuff. But I have it flipped around. So as I'm shooting, the model can see the shots as they're coming in. And because I have a preset in Evoto or in Lightroom, they're seeing the edited version of themselves. And so it builds a lot of confidence, specifically if you're shooting for a client and they're like, we want to see what's happening. They're seeing in real time. I can do things like mark the best, all those things. So there's a lot of reasons that you should tether. Why would you shoot a tether cable versus wireless? If you're shooting RAW, you need to shoot with a cable right now, because wireless tethering isn't fast enough to take those big files and get them into your computer and do it in a way that nothing, like you don't have things dropping in and out. That could probably change. It probably will change as Bluetooth gets better, as Wi-Fi gets better. And there are people that shoot JPEG and they shoot wirelessly and they love it. They don't like having the cables. But in my experience, wireless just can't keep up with the large files that I'm sending over. And it definitely is too slow. And sometimes files get dropped or corrupted. And so that's my experience. And if you're using, like I use a Tether Tools, I forget what it's called, but it's, this is like a high-speed cable. And then also on the bottom of my camera, you see I've got this little thing. I think it's a tether block, so it makes sure that I don't accidentally pull out the cable. And so it just becomes second nature, and this is a really, really long cable. It just makes the whole experience much better. And because I'm teaching so much and online, I don't want to have to slow down and try to show and import stuff. I want it to be immediately available. So for me, wired tethering is the way to go. By the way, and they're not telling me to say this, but this cable right here, I forgot what it's called. There was an issue with Canon cameras in that tethered cables, Tether Tools cables, any other brand cable, they were sending power to the camera and data from the camera back, and the cables would overheat and corrupt the files and have issues. And so what I use is, I forgot the name of this, but it's made by Tether Tools, and it doesn't send power to the camera. It only sends data from the camera to my laptop, and so it eliminates that issue. You might not have that issue if you're not doing high volume stuff, shooting really fast. If you're just shooting once in a while, you probably wouldn't show up. But this also has these little amplifiers in here, these little black things right here. And so I can go, I think this is a 20-foot cable, so I can go great distances. So get the length that works for you. If you're in a small studio, you don't need this really long thing. But for me, I'm shooting a lot where I want to just move around. And so I don't know how long this is. Let me get my tripod out of there, and I can show you. It's long. Yeah, it's about 20 feet, 25 feet, something like that. And you can get these little boosters, you can connect them. I think you can go up to 50 feet, maybe 100 feet. Quite a distance. But tether tools, for me, that's all I use. That's all I've ever used. This stuff is tether tools. This is tether tools. That cable's tether tools. My tripod mount's tether tools. I've got probably 8 tether tools tables. I use them for all kinds of things. All right, any other questions? I know that there's a delay. So Nero is, by the way, a fantastic model. You can see her portfolio on Instagram. What is your Instagram? You change it. You don't know what it is this time?
I know what it is. It's just super, like, it's like a lot of different letters. 2 E's and then 2 A's at the end.
We'll put it in the comments. Well, I'll find it on the laptop. Yeah. It's out there. So I'll find it really fast. I've got too many things on my laptop. And we do have time for questions if you have one. Enero. It's not Lola. No, different. How come it's not coming up? Oh, here it is. There it is. Enero Lisa. Enero. There it is. So if you're looking for a fantastic model in Phoenix, there she is. She only charged us $1,000 today. That's a pretty good deal. She's like, I wish. Next time. All right. Is that it? I think so. So James, come on out. And we want to say thank you to all the people that join us. You can come up here as well. Behind, you want to come out here, Tally? No? Or you can put on the desk cam if you want. So the person that's been switching, there she is. Tally. She did not know that she was going to be here today. And by the way, everybody that was here today did this voluntarily. So we did this, and the reason that we want to do this, and we want to do it many, many times, is at CreativeLive, we believe in the power of community. We believe in learning together, getting together in real life, face-to-face, not just online, but actually go to coffee shops, do meetups, do photo walks, help each other, loan each other gear, do whatever, have a get-together at your local studio, school, wherever you get together with friends. Please start getting together with people in real life. Pandemic has been over now for a while, but we still sometimes have that mindset of isolation. And so we believe in the power of community, and that's why everybody, this studio, you let us use this without charging us. Thank you so much. But we want to build community. And so stay tuned. We're going to do more of these live sessions, and we are going to be continuing to invite you to join us with friends, with photo clubs, with whatever, and we want to make this as interactive as possible. So if you're watching this in the future and you're not watching this live, please leave some of your photos and links, whatever, in the comments of this video. Give us a like. We have to reboot this channel, so we want you to put on the bell, give us a like, leave a comment, tell us what you think, and we want to get more and more people involved in what we're doing. So thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, and we will see you at the next one. Do, 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 do.